we can have some good content here for you all the time. So, so you got one person in the room. Yeah, we can get busy. Oh, panel, let me put the link up in here and stuff. Like I said, don't forget to hit that like button. Share this video to all your friends and stuff so we can spread this information. It's going to be a good video, I believe, tonight. It'll be open panel. Let me get my link here up in here. We can play our theme music. Who's that there? All right. We get in this theme music. Well, I put the link. Like I said, anybody can come on tonight if y'all want to chop it up with me. Yeah, we're going to be getting rid of some of these lies and exposing these demons. That's what I'm going to call them. I'm going to call them demons out here spreading the lies just for their little cravings of attention and money and leadership and all types of foolishness, right? I want to say something else, but I'm trying to keep it clean as much as possible.
Humanity to man portrayed on the screen so vividly that you flinch.
Right
this
back.
Man shows no mercy in the pursuit and interrogation
no
of
mercy. I'm not going to show any mercy.
Neither
is the man stuff that I'm going to be reviewing tonight. Not going to show any mercy on them. So let's go. I'm Killer B, the Witchfinder General, y'all. Hit that like button on the way in. Don't forget. Open panel. We got the link up in the chat. I think we do. Hold on.
Intelligence agencies tracing, seeing what I did lately. Amazing. They not seeing all the sheep racing. Flaming pins of Josh. Get rocked. Mountaintops go fly. Fight enough.
Welcome. Don't forget to hit that like button on the way in. You're tearing their behinds up tonight. And let's laugh at the foolishness.
So grab a switch.
We can have them hiding under the bed after this.
I'ma ruin them. That chopped off head will still spin.
It's a great night for them Hebrew Israelites, y'all Christians, to hop up on here. Perfect night.
But eternally, I don't see it that way. Pave the road clear is what you said. But your cult gonna leave people dead.
That's right.
Y'all don't know you. Watch your desires over.
Henry in the house. What up, Henry? Henry's one of our supporters. Y'all like to be a supporter too? Y'all can hit my cash app. $ Cult Busters at the bottom of the screen. Your name will be added at the bottom of the screen on every live stream you guys do. This is my thanks for your donation. And if y'all already at the bottom, feel free hit that cash app again. Hit super chat. Thanks. All that good stuff. Appreciate it.
Watch the general pull plugs. Internet warriors caught up in dark corridors. Like Mordor. Should have stayed on the floor. Y'all know no origins. Laughing orphans, even though we got royal.
Shout out to Josh for the ill track.
Real life's more important. Y'all speaking curses on yourself. Claiming
gotta get the link to his channel and the front page on my YouTube channel.
Seen him do it. Look, y'all claim and learn. Reading from the Jewish books. Y'all
no mercy on the wicked.
Caught up with a hook. Spooky beats drive me wild. Get stabbed from a knife holding child. Old man, old style. Used to pull kelp out the Nile. And I did it with a smile. Fake bruise, smell vile. Rock like Hendrix at the aisle. After a while, see gypsies on trial. Yeah, you, the one claiming brew. Unglued and unglued. Expose their actions fully. Call me a bully, but that's fine. This is how you get bullied straight from the mind. Burning them.
Sweet cats out there. Don't even have faith when y'all have faith. They claim they read all this, that they know all this. Claiming they speaking languages, speaking curses.
Be the first to see it. Be the first to talk about it. The Witchfinder.
The goddamn Witchfinder General. I'm back. I'm live, goddammit. I got the link in the chat. Anybody want to come on and talk about this? Gonna be a great show tonight. We're going to be exposing the foolishness. We're going to be exposing how these so-called Afrocentrics, these so-called conscious community who's lie to y'all, manipulate y'all, want to stamp out your spirituality, want to stamp out your common sense, want to stamp out your logic, right? That you've been naturally born with, right? Want to take it when you abuse you, use you, and throw you away once everything is all gone, right? We know the likes, right? But this topic has been going on so long, right? And it's funny to me how many people tune in to hear this stuff when a lot of this stuff could be just debunked within. If you actually know how to research and actually know how to, there's a lot of y'all Google warriors and stuff. You can be the Google warrior, right? As long as you know how to be a Google warrior, right? And get the right sources that you need. Sometimes it's a little process that you got to go through. You know what I mean? You learn a little bit here. You sit there and marinate in that information. And slowly but surely, you get to the truth, right? Some people ain't got much time on their hands as everybody else, right? But you can get in tonight. I'm going to be reviewing the words of a real scholar of this subject. We will see. We're going to be talking about Mr. Harris, Chris Harris, right? The liar. It's funny. Everybody been getting on his head, even like the people that really not too bright, and the people that are trying to do the same thing as him, right? I've been getting on him with the truth. You know what I mean? I don't want to get into that. I'm going to be creating another channel where I'm going to be doing a lot more of my, you know what I mean, some of the fuckery and stuff that I do. But tonight, we're going to go through some things that Christianity steal from Kemet. Sonetta ripped off a bunch of y'all the other night with that fake debate, with fake excuses why the debate didn't happen and all that. But all we know, one thing we do know is that they made a lot of money. They didn't have to do anything. Didn't have to perform. Made a lot of money. Enough money to open up a storefront and create a community center for the people, right? You'll never see that. Right? They always want to take and never give. Shit, at least I'll put your damn name at the bottom of the screen forever, for as long as I'm here, right? So we're going to get into this thing here. Share my screen here. We're going to be talking about a man by the name of Richard Carrier. Right? Get this article up here. Let's read a little bit out of Richard Carrier real quick, right? Richard Carrier is a world-renowned author and speaker, a professional historian, published philosopher, and prominent defender of the American free thought movement. Dr. Carrier, real doctor. Dr. Carrier has appeared across the U.S., Canada, and the U.K., and on American television and London radio, defending sound historical methods and the ethical worldview of secular nationalism. His book and articles have received international attention, with a PhD from Columbia University in ancient history. See, now, I'm going to stop right there real quick. A lot of these people that, I call them the boogie eaters, but y'all know who I'm talking about when I say the boogie eaters, right? they like to cite sources of people that have no attachment to the subject that they're trying to bring to the people, right? He specializes in. Matter of fact, why this on my mind? Because I don't want to go into it. I saw one of the channels here where Jabari, who we're going to be talking about tonight, Chris Harris, we already know he not ain't do nothing what he trying to do. He just sit there lying to people, right? Just lying. But Jabari actually got like a business running, a racket, right? A cult running with this foolishness. I seen Jabari put up a source by a man named Jan Asserman or something like that, right? And it talked about how, he had wrote a book and he wanted to say that, like the Jews and stuff got their stuff from Egypt and all that, right? You read down, it says he took all that shit back. He got the pressure from his peers. And the man had some credentials to speak on it, right? But he had to reevaluate what he wrote. And he took back his story. Took back his research or whatever he claimed was research, right? And this is one thing y'all have to do. These people that are going out here telling you this about the subject we doing tonight, that Christianity steal from Egypt and stuff, right? You gotta ask them where they get that information from. And all you gotta do is look at the person's credentials. And look at what is their main goal? Like what's their thing? You know what I mean? What are they really trying to do? And what you'll find is a lot of stuff that's not good. The people have these motives to, and usually they're tied in with a lot of cultish type stuff. There was a man that Chris tried to misquote his book, and I did the video on it and stuff. Some of y'all follow my channel, which all of you should. I showed you that the man had like an anti-Jewish base. That was his propaganda. So the book really was written is because he was pro-Palestine and he wanted to get rid of the Jewish people. So he wrote this pseudo book that Chris wouldn't dare get on there and speak with somebody about. He'll do his little video with the rest of the retarded kids over there and stuff, right? The slow people. And push this stuff. And they would never look into where he got this information from, right? So you see here, he got a doctorate from Columbia University in ancient history. He specialized in intellectual history from Greece and Rome, particularly ancient philosophy, religion, science, with emphasis on the origins of Christianity and the use and progress of science under the Roman Empire. He is also a published expert on the modern philosophy of naturalism as a worldview, right? We're going to read all his books and all that stuff. You guys can look up this guy. I'm going to put the link to his channel and stuff. I mean, to his blog site. Okay. Get this thing here going. Open it up. What the hell going on here? Here we go. See if anybody up in here yet. Oh, there are two people over here. That's good enough for me, right? So, some problems with Kemetic mythology by Richard Carrier. It's done 2021. There's a subcategory of neo-paganism today called Kemetism, or Egyptian neo-paganism. It is often heavily wrapped up in black supremacist or Afrocentrism movements, right? That's a key thing. You have to look at it. See, now, these things aren't really spirituality, these things that these people be talking about. They were like, oh, these are Kemetic spirituality. Number one, Black Americans don't come from no Kemet. We don't come from a place nowhere near Kemet. Right? That's like saying the Mexicans came from the goddamn Canadians or something crazy, right? So, by analogy to Wicca, the most well-known variety of neo-paganism, which is based on a European pagan legacy, specifically Celtic, Greek, Nordo-Germanic, and Roman. Kemetic religion is derived from Egyptian religion almost exclusively. For example, it rarely integrates Mauritanian, Ethiopian, Phoenician, or Sub-Saharan religions, right? Which is deep, right? Much of neo-paganism is allegorically naturalist and only culturally religious, or vaguely spiritual or quasi-supernaturalist. But unlike this major trend of contemporary neo-paganism, Kemeticists are not content to just reimagine an Egyptian pantheon, culture, and ritualism. They also have a chip on their shoulder about deconstructing all modern religion as secretly Egyptian. That sounds like the same thing Hebrew Israelites do. Well, you know, we invented this. Like they'll try to tell you that the Eskimo, whatever Eskimos do culturally, right? Well, they got it from us. You ask somebody on Australia, see what they doing? We were scattered through the four corners of the earth. That's us right there. That's Jake. Right? And never have any solid proof behind any of this stuff. They're just talking. And they're talking to people that want to learn, but don't want to learn. They want to hear good things. Afrocentrism was created, and I quote, person that made it up said it was something to give Black people self-esteem. Now, when you give somebody self-esteem, it don't actually basically have to be true. You can just tell them something and they believe it and they feel good about it, and that's your self-esteem. Like you can tell a big old fat woman that's 600 and something pounds that she cute. And give her a reason why she cute. Is she gonna be walking around and stuff like she the baddest motherfucker in the town? Right? They like this here. They call this jelly. They call this jelly. Right? But then somebody come out and hurt her feelings and tell her the truth about herself. Like, you need to go take that jelly somewhere else to the gym and leave it there. Right? So that's the same thing that these people who consider themselves Afrocentrism are doing to the Black community. And really is doing a disservice to the Black community. I want to say Black community as a whole, but this is a certain segment of people. It's a certain demographic of Black Americans, mostly Black Americans. But I've been noticing lately that a lot of this Western Afrocentrism has tracked itself back to Africa. Have trekked themselves back to Africa. And now getting Africans to believe this bullshit. There was a man that Nagy, shout out to Nagy Springfield. Nagy, just for entertainment, sent me a video with David Icke and Credo Mustafa Mustodo or something, whatever. This big old fat African dude, right? With bones and crazy stuff around his neck. Trying to convince us that we come, the space is created by lizard people and the aliens, and like he had pictures of them, he had all these stories and his encounters with them. And all this foolishness, like it was like 3 hours. I was like, I got to like two and a quarter hours. I was like, man, this shit retarded as all hell, bro. And you look up where he got this stuff from. There's no origin of it because it all comes from him. You can see this thing also in the Hispanic community with the Taino, I'm Boricua. A lot of the Hispanic people, like particularly Puerto Ricans, right? They used to say like in the 80s, 90s and stuff, I'm Boricua. I'm 100% Boricua. No, you not. Your ass is either African or a Spaniard. And then some Taino living up in you and stuff. It's like less than 1%. Because those people was wiped out on the island of Puerto Rico a lot before the damn 1600s. But this whole Taino thing, well, the Tainos are real people. Arawak Indians, the same, right? This whole Boricuan thing and stuff, this Boricuan pride and all this stuff, this came at the same time this Afrocentrism came. Just like right after the Civil Rights era, right? Because they were mad at the Civil Rights era. They want to be by themselves. So the Hispanics attached themselves to minority to reap the benefits of it. When they behinds was walking up in the restaurants when we couldn't. Right? And that's a whole nother topic. But it just shows how these people create these things. And they're not doing us any good. And they're not giving us nothing that we can move forward and actually make better decisions to have a better way of living, to raise better families, to do a lot of the catching up we need to do in this country of the United States of America, right? And it seems to me that the people that don't attach themselves to these things called Afrocentrism are doing a lot better. In a lot of ways. Not saying always, but in a lot of ways. I've been speaking to some young people and stuff that be like, yo, you should do another channel, yo. You should do a channel like this, that. I'm like, that's a little too young for me. Like, I'll try and stuff, right? And I want to do it like kind of positive, but those people really don't care about any of this stuff. And it's a good thing. A lot of them having their algorithm and stuff that goes through their social media is not showing them this stuff. And it's a good thing. But I saw on one of Sonetta videos the other day that there was a young man, looked like he right out of high school, right? Sonetta gypped him, and he asked for a refund, and Sonetta was like, maybe if you a good boy. And I was like, well, goddamn. Y'all can go look at it. It says game over on the thumbnail. Y'all can go check that out, yo. It's really disgusting, right? And this proves everything I said about these people. But let's go on. Let me see if there's anybody. Let me see in the chat here. All right, still here? Right on. Let's continue with this. Much of neo-paganism is allegorically nationalist and wait, did I read that already? Okay, all right, I know what I'm at. Thus, Christianity and Islam are really just bastardized, stolen versions of Egyptian pagan mythology, and thus, really, African, in particular, of the most historically advanced ancient civilizations in Africa, the African master race, as it were. This is where the whole religion goes off the rails. I do not bother much with neo-paganism because hardly anyone follows it and it isn't pulling on the levers of power anywhere in the world, but also because it tends to be relatively harmless. Unlike, for example, the world's most powerful, influential, and dangerous variety of paganism today, Hindu nationalism. Allegorically, varieties of neo-paganism can even be plausible enough to integrate with secular humanism. A science and evidence-based allegorical neo-paganism is entirely conceivable. But when neo-pagans start to distort history and spread ethnocentrist revisions of historical fact, and now this is going to be the start of a series I'm going to do. I'm going to start running down on all these so-called or black scholars, as Mr. MVP Harris would say, our black scholars, where he spoke to some PhD or whatever on a subject that he didn't have his PhD on, right? And told him that he needed to read Chancellor Williams' book. What was it? What's the name of the damn book? The Destruction of the Black Civilization or whatever it was called. I read that shit in the 90s or something. It's a good read, but it's not accurate. And it's damn sure that wasn't accurate then. It is damn sure not accurate to academia today. But he said it like, this, you need to read this to learn the truth about our black people. Chancellor William was a liar. Just like back to Ben was a liar, and the rest of them, they were liars. If they were telling the truth, you would see when they going down in that hole, they going down. They're not going down with Osiris. They going down with Jesus. And not the black one either. They going out with the doctor. They were down with Jesus Christ. Now, I didn't mean to get on your Hebrew Israelites today, but look at old Prince Aziel ben Israel. What he went down with? He went down with white Jesus. Particularly in areas I'm an expert in. It's distort history and spread ethnocentric revisions of historical fact. Particularly in areas I'm an expert in, and thus can speak with some authority on. I get notably annoyed. I addressed some examples of this recently on the Dagger Squad, right? Unfortunately and stuff, yeah, wastes his time over there because he no different than the rest of them, the people that he claiming to go against. See, they all in the same club. You'll see my other videos. You want to understand all that stuff. Where we critique just a sampling of claims from the most famous Kemetic apologists today, Brother Jabari. The whole process reminded me of some common fundamental lessons in historical methodology. I wish all these amateurs would learn and apply so we could clean up and get rid of all the misinformation they spin on the internet. Which often gets conflated with serious Jesus myth scholarship, and thus wrongly used to dismiss it. I summarized some critical thinking tools on this point before. I also teach an online course every month on both critical thinking and historical methods for everyone. What's up, Shamian? All right, y'all can hear me all right? Shamian, a fool, man. Hold on 1 second, yo. Hold on. I'm gonna refresh my thing and make sure I'm all good. All right, we good. We back and we good money here. All right, you still here? Okay, all right. Share the screen here again. I'm gonna go back a little bit. All right. All right, now it said here I'll focus on some basic principles of sound versus unsound historical procedure for ascertaining the truth, particularly regarding antiquity. So my brief critique of Jabari will serve as a launching point for general principles. Rule number 1, never trust anything written before 1950. Indeed, never, ever trust anything written in the 19th century. Almost everything from that period is deeply and persistently unreliable. A few exceptions, the best textual criticism and lexicography of those areas don't pertain to any point here. See my old article, History Before the 1950s, which you will get this website and stuff, so you go check out all the stuff, which I include the Hitler-Homer Bible Christ, unless you verify it independently, either or by modern peer-reviewed, not amateur scholarship, or directly in a primary evidence. Which leads to rule number 2. Always trace a claim to its earliest evidence. In other words, go to the primary source, which here means the earliest surviving instance or evidence of the claim at hand. Good scholars will breadcrumb you to that with source citations, either to that primary evidence or to a secondary scholarship that in turn cites those primary sources. Now you would hear Reggie, right? I'm not going to call him Dr. Reggie because he has no doctorate, right? People that have to earn to have DR in front of their name. So what we like to do, what they like to do, and the so-called conscious community, which I call unconscious community, is like to put these titles on people that never have done the work to deserve them, right? You have to go to the proper channels. You don't become a lieutenant just because you feel like a lieutenant or people say you should be a lieutenant. No, you got to join the goddamn military or the police department or whatever to be a lieutenant, to be a general, right? Good scholars will also have checked the primary evidence to confirm any secondary source they cite has correctly represented it. We'll hear people, like I was saying, I went off track a little bit. Reggie, right? Who they like to call Dr. Reggie, brought that word to the so-called conscious community, right? Primary sources. After he said that, primary sources was in the mouth of so many people. And I've been saying this years. This is before, like long before Jabari and all of them showed up on the internet. Before Reggie said that primary source stuff, right? I was saying this like, these niggas attach themselves to a word and this will use it and wear it out. And not actually represent what the word means or actually put in work for what the word, they just want to use it to sound smart. Well, what is your primary source? Mr. Harris is good with that. What is your primary source? Do you have a primary source on that? But when you look at his research, he can't show you any primary sources on the bullshit that he taught. Ask him. I dare any of you to go on one of his live streams and say, where did you get that information from? And then look up the person who he claims where the information come from. 9 times out of 10, he's not going to be able to produce it. So this is like my little gift to you Hebrew Israelites and the rest of y'all that like to, do all that arguing and stuff, right? Jabari fails at this when he tells us he found proof in the Chronicon how can I say that? Let me see Oh shit, I didn't need to do that. Wait, well, I can look it up easy. Hold on. See how you say that word there.
Partial.
Pashel, that's what I thought it was. Okay. The Chronicon Pashel, that ancient Egyptians worship a virgin born Horus, who was adorned in a manger. See, we get into it now. He quotes his imagined source as saying, to this day, Egypt has consecrated the pregnancy of a virgin in the nativity of her son, whom they annually present in a cradle, to the adoration of the people. And when King Ptolemy, 350 years before our Christian era, demanded of the priests the significance of this religious ceremony, they told him it was a mystery. There's actually no such passage in the Chronicon Pasha. And the Chronicon is not an ancient text. See? But he can slip that in on y'all, because y'all not going to look it up. You're not going to research it. He's going to show you a slide, screen share, like a slide, or we call it we call this the screen shows, the PowerPoint, right? With that in there, y'all can look at that as truth. This quotation comes from a book published in 1881 after the death of his author, the amateur quack Logan Mitchell, who had no recorded qualifications of any relevance. Now, this is the real story. This is the real person. They got a PhD in all of this stuff. Telling y'all, he don't know what he's talking about. So not even a historian, but also this 19th century garbage, like most all 19th century work in history is. This quotation kept getting repeated and attributed to various sources for decades. No one quoting it seems ever to bother doing what a responsible historian must do: find the original text and confirm the translation in its context. What does the medieval Christian Chronicon actually say? And what were its sources? Should we even believe a word of it? Christian apologist Roger Pierce did the responsible thing and check. What the Chronicon actually says is this: this sign Jeremiah gave to the priests of Egypt, predicting the future, that their idols would be destroyed by a boy savior born of a virgin and laid in a manger, for which reason they honor a pregnant virgin goddess and worship an infant in a manger. When King Ptolemy asked why, they told him that they received this secret from the holy prophet handed down by their fathers, meaning the same prophet Jeremiah, before the first destruction of the temple. This story is claiming the existence of an obscure priesthood of Jewish converts, of Jewish converts in Egypt, worshiping a virgin-born baby in a manger at the behest of their Jewish prophet Jeremiah, foretelling the Christian religion. This story is complete BS. Most medieval Christians made this garbage up to embarrass the Jews and glorify Christianity. Now, when following video I'm going to do with this, we're going to get on Chris Harris' head about something that he spoke on about Chancellor Williams' book, right? And I'm going to show you just what I just read here. I'm going to show you the exact same thing. Will we fall short? Listen to people that ain't got no credentials and what they should be speaking on, and won't quote the real people that got the goddamn information, cite the source of the people that got the goddamn information. It sounds good, so they're gonna rock with it. Same thing Hebrew Israelites do. Fake it till they make it. Maybe one day something gonna stick. Please hit the like button, right? this is simply not an Egyptian story at all. It's also not a story. Take note about Horus or any ancient Egyptian god. It is a Christian fiction, a bogus claim that there were some, possibly even Jews in Egypt, who at the behest of their prophet Jeremiah were honoring a future coming Jesus Christ. No such thing is or ever was true. It's BS. And anyone who did their homework should know this. After all, had any such story existed in the first 3 centuries, Christian apologists would have cited it 100 times. But as we see, they've never heard of any such thing. So we know no such tale did exist. It's a medieval fabrication. Which leads us to rule number 3. Once you have found the earliest surviving source, you must date and contextualize and critically evaluate its evidence. Don't just be gullible, dupe, and believe anything anyone wrote down. Least of all, the most unreliable of people in the history of history, medieval Christian myth mongers. What does this passage and the Chronicon actually say? What sources did it use? Does it even cite any? Is this even a trustworthy source, particularly for foreign cult lore that just happened to conventionally glorify Christianity? Why does it appear nowhere in actual ancient Egyptian material? Why do no earlier sources ever mention any such tale? Why should we believe in any of it? Get your facts straight. If you are intent on claiming you know the origin of something, check first. Now this is something too that like these Christians, they like and don't like this nigga at the same time. Excuse my language. They like and don't like this man at the same time. And that shows like you can't pick and choose. Right? And like you pick and choose, but they want to hear the things where they say, look, Christianity didn't steal from Egypt. Well, then the man uses his education that he has a right to speak on, that have earned the right to speak on, right? They don't want to hear nothing that takes away from what they believe blindly. They got a problem with it. Right? He'll use the same method. Now, they'll tell you to use the same method. Oh, what's your primary source on this? And this is out of context. And all this stuff, right? But then when you flip it on the other side, now when the light or the scope is turned on you, all of a sudden, no, that's not right. No, that's not right. No. Right? Can't be pick and choose, like, you know what I'm saying? If you call it a goat's a goat. Know what I'm saying? Now they looking at you like a cow's a cow. You like, oh, that's not a cow. That's a woolly mammoth. You know, goddamn well it's a cow. If you're on tenant claim you know the origin of something, check first. How do you do? How do you know? For example, the idea that gods have sons, or even the living men were gods, was not unique to Egypt, but to global religious ideas that so far as we can tell predates all written history. Just because we have more ancient Egyptian texts than of other civilizations does not mean all other civilizations got their ideas from Egypt. That's a no-brainer. These motherfuckers will tell you, oh, shit, we brought the goddamn elephants to America. Chris trying to tell me that. I'm like, nigga, what the fuck is you talking about? Well, they got elephants. And they got statues of elephants. They ain't got no goddamn statues of goddamn elephant. North America. I went and looked up the thing he showed and stuff. It just looked like an elephant. It is art that looked like an elephant, right? But anyway, that's a whole nother show. So we can all get to all this stuff, right? Now, I'm going to have my own little research that I ran through and stuff. We can see if it makes sense or not. Since Christianity stole all the stuff from Egypt, right? Why doesn't this line up with Egypt? Well, what I'm going to show y'all later. I'm going to show y'all a little bit. If it comes around in what I'm reading and stuff, I'm going to go for it right there. But hit the like button on the way in. Anybody want to hop on and stuff, the link's at the top of the chat. Just because we have more ancient Egyptian texts than any other civilization does not mean that other civilizations got their ideas from Egypt. Most ideas predate written records altogether. And Egypt will have borrowed from other cultures just as many ideas as other cultures borrowed from Egypt. So antiquity is not alone evidence of casual direction. We need something more than that, which is rule number 4. Always check your facts and your logic to make sure your claims actually follow from the evidence that actually exists. An even more important example of failing at this is Jabari's repeated insistence that Horus is a virgin-born god. Nope. In the most common myths, his mother Isis, I'm not going to say the word, even though y'all always hear me say it, the F word, her brother Osiris, after endowing him with a magical prosthetic penis that inseminates her. Mary does not I got something blocking my screen here. I'm sitting back. My chair, I got to move my screen here. Does not F Yahweh by writing his magical, right? So in no way is one ball from the other. To the contrary, Mary's insemination by angelic magic is deliberately crafted to renounce such vulgar. The whole point is to the contrary, Mary's insemination by angelic magic is deliberately crafted to renounce such vulgar myths. The whole point of having her an untouched virgin who never at the thing is to prove she is the superior of all the tawdry pagan whores. Because sex is gross, which is a Jewish idea, which is true to the Jews. Like, right? Now, that's something interesting right there. I was going to say something on that. And another thing that when you find a lot of these Afrocentrics too that like to attack the Bible, most of them never was raised in a spiritual or Christian upbringing. Chris Harris, and I quote, you can quote me on this. Chris Harris said, "I've never prayed." After all these Christianity, Hebrew Israelites Chris went through, right? When he finally left Torah night, he said, "Have you ever prayed? I never prayed before." So the man that y'all trust on debunking the Bible, the man that y'all trust, and to say that Christianity is no good for us, Christianity doesn't work, has never applied it. Has never used it, have never put it in action. Y'all can hear me saying a bunch of times when I was into all type of religions. So y'all get Rastafarism, Hare Krishna, Islam, whatever I was involved with. I put everything I had into the spiritual system. And guess what? It worked. It worked for me. And that's how I learned that this is why I don't get on nobody about their religion unless is unless that religion or that doctrine or whatever wants to do harm to other people or to put down other people's spirituality, right? That's the only time I have an issue with it. So if you want to be Christian, go ahead and be Christian. I'm cool with that. Long you do your Christian thing, I shouldn't have to have a problem with Christianity. If you're practicing Christianity, there is nothing that I can say about you that I wouldn't want you in my house. I wouldn't want you at my party. I wouldn't want you at my cookout or whatever. If you practice Islam the way it's supposed to be practiced, there's nothing I should be able to say that this man isn't welcome here. If you follow the religion, because I mean follow the religion for what it says, not what you think, not what somebody told you. You don't see Christ talking junk about other people in their religion. He said, I'm sure said, be peaceful to all men. Be peaceful to all men. Hinduism too. It's only a wicked ideology that, oh, we got to kill these motherfuckers right here. Kill they got it. Right? And now, when they tell you about, oh, well, don't do this, this is abomination to you or whatever, right? That's to you. That's to you. That's for you. Not for them. That's for you. You're not supposed to eat pork. That's law ain't got nothing to do with him. You believe in this. This is your covenant that you made with your God. You practicing voodoo, the Orishas or the Lawa want you to do a certain thing. You have to do it because you made an agreement. You made an oath. When you marry a Lawa, when you get married to a Lawa, right? You make an agreement. It's just like a real marriage. So you got to hold her down and she can hold you down. Esley Frenak got to hold you down. But you better hold her down. Because if not, oh, shit. If you don't, oh, man. This like any other marriage. Your wife sit there and make sure she cook your dinner before you come home. Make sure she have your clothes laid out before you go to work. Make sure your bath is poured and all this stuff. And you come home drunk, late for dinner. You ain't paid the car note. You ain't paid the electric bill. Guess what's gonna happen? That woman gonna be a problem. So the religion is for you. You have to follow that. That's the covenant that you made. That's the agreement. That's the oath that you made. Y'all feel what I'm saying? Hey, what's up, Tarrant? Good to see you up in here. Also, Cheryl, y'all should check her out. It's crazy. Like, so you made that agreement. So don't put that on me. And the ones that gonna tell you, yo, you ain't supposed to eat pork. They not no goddamn. They not a Jew. They not. If you Christian and believe you ain't supposed to eat pork, if that's what it is, it's for you, not for them. Y'all don't hear me though. Like they say in the song, you don't hear me though, right? Let's move on. I said because sex is gross. This is a Jewish idea, not an Egyptian one, and it really says don't come from Egypt, right? Egyptian mythology had only one virgin mother goddess, Neith, if I'm pronouncing that right, and the only virgin born god is her son Ra. So wait, what the hell going on here? What the hell going on here? Why they not telling you that? Because they don't know. Know why they don't know? Because they done got it from damn Afrocentric boogie-eating books that told them, and they sticking to it without actually knowing the true history. These people don't know nothing about Egypt that y'all listening to. They don't know nothing about Egypt that y'all listening to. They'll sit there and get a book on the history of Egypt and black out in their head everything in there that don't go with all that whole blackology, Afrocentric bullshit. They can show you the damn, the goddess or whatever look like the pure lily-like white woman. And they said that it all she was jet black. It's crazy, yo. It's crazy. They'll sit there and look right at it. That's a black woman from Sudan. They showed the mummy. This is a show. I'm gonna get the video I got when we was talking about the mummy that they found of Ramses, right? And they said Ramses that yo, homeboy Caucasian. Look at his red hair. Look at his features, right? And they did the DNA thing on or whatever. Chris Harris, right? Saying, they took a mummy from a different dynasty and put there and tried to do that. No, they didn't. You think they're gonna make a mistake like that? You think they're gonna intentionally do something to catch an L so where some other scholar could go look at that mummy and examine that mummy and be like, y'all niggas is lying? You think they're gonna take an L? No, only you motherfuckers would do that. That's what you would do. And now, I didn't want to believe it at the point, but then I did research on it. But Chris, the Brother Heru, I know Brother Heru will watch this video. Yo, Heru, you was on that show. You was on that show, and you heard him say that, and you see my expression on the show like, wow, no. And then when I was showing my research, y'all wanted to talk over me, right? And try to dismiss what I was saying. But my research was the closest thing you could get to why that man here was the color it was and texture that it was because of the embalming, the ingredients that were used for embalming. Just like how black women will put the stuff on your hair today, put stuff on her hair today to make her hair straight. You ever see a woman take out her braids, how her hair look? Before the braids, they have a kinky, hard afro. You could bounce a goddamn basketball off that motherfucker, right? But you had it braided for like a couple weeks or whatever. You take the braids out, her hair gonna be real straight and fine. It's gonna be a totally different texture until all that stuff like start to frizzle back out and get back to normal. The type of ingredients that they were using would act almost like a lock, like a perm, like a woman would put it in the hair and straighten out. That's the closest thing I came up with. But the actuality is what the goddamn experts say. If you don't want to believe it, who's your scholar that's saying something different? Who's your scholar that say something different? Jabari Oze? You gonna believe what Jabari say over the goddamn niggas that's doing the goddamn CAT scans, that's doing the damn x-ray examination, the DNA? They got degrees and credentials to speak on it and do and actually have the permission to touch the mummies to do the research. Is you serious? And these niggas will throw out, the white man. Oh, no, that's the white man information. That's the white man information. That's the white man information right there. But when you go look at all this better stuff, E. Wallace Budge, y'all like to quote all the time. Guess what? E. Wallace Budge ain't had no qualifications to speak on none of the shit he was talking about. And guess what? He was white. And guess what? He was Christian. And I guarantee you, if you look at obituary for the motherfucker, he went down with Jesus, white Jesus. I knew this before Sonnetter and any of these people was even on the internet. I was studying that stuff, and I was like, these people are Christians. Like, they're actually not trying to disprove Christianity. They're actually trying to solidify Christianity as being legit. Let me finish this thing up. All right, we got a little while to go. You know, hyped up and shit. Drink to my goddamn iced tea. Hit the goddamn like button, motherfuckers. Egyptian mythology has. All right, I read that already. Yeah. Only one virgin mother goddess, Neith, and the only virgin born god is her son Ra. And Neith, if I'm pronouncing that right, wait, hold on. Neith, whatever. I'm American, goddammit. Say how I want to. It is not impregnated by some deity casting a spell on her on behalf of a higher god, as Gabriel more or less does to Mary, but by her own direct will to create. Mary does not do that, nor is she a god. Her de facto deification would not occur until Middle Ages. And though by then some role was to be played by co-opting mother with Horus cult worship in Egypt, that was not the only mother-son cult co-opted by Christians to lure and appease pagans away from their old cults into the new state-sanctioned one. Every local religion was used to lure local populations. And we all read this before. We all seen that and read this before. This shouldn't be nothing new. And Jesus was already virgin born to Mary in Christian mythology centuries before any of that occurred, which led to rule number 5. Pay attention to relative chronology. Don't look at later medieval developments in Christianity and then claim they signify how the whole religion and its core myths began. That's BS history. Don't do BS. I don't know why I'm saying BS because I already cussed it up out here. So don't do bullshit history. In fact, the fact is, virginality, conceived and virginally born gods were such a popular motive all over the Mediterranean when Christianity began that the idea cannot be credited to any single culture. It was by then simply an ambiguous trope that Christianity could adapt from everywhere. They would have no idea where the trope began thousands of years prior. And neither honestly do we. They should see the Egyptian models of it as just part of a universal type found in all cultures. Hence, as I wrote before, it's true that the notion that the virgin birth was not a lift from paganism is highly improbable. The idea is obviously a Jewish adaptation to a popular motif in surrounding cultures. There is no other credible explanation for why it ever became important to claim such a thing of Jesus. Just as our God must be able to do things our God can, led to synchronistic innovation within Judaism, whereby, for example, the Jews suddenly discovered their God would resurrect them. At oddly the very same time, they learned that the Zoroastrian God would. So our God-man must be as awesome as your God-man. Had the same effect. Thus, Jesus couldn't be sexually conceived because that was gross. And yet, he had to be pre-existent being inserted into a woman's womb to reify prophecy. Conundrum. But as soon as Jews saw how the pagans solved this problem for their God-man, they would obviously have stolen the very same solution. This is how all ideas and technologies proliferate from one culture to another. Well, if pagan gods can directly create fetuses just with their divine omnium, then so can ours. Damn it. Right? Now, this is another thing, too, right? I'm going to check. I'm going to go into this now real quick. I want to show this here. Right? They say that, you got the whole, the Ankh, right? And they tell you that's where the cross came from. They stole it. They just took the circle off the goddamn cross. Right? But when we look into real Christian history, which I've done videos on before, it'll show you that the first symbol of Christianity was a goddamn pentagram. What's the pentagram? Show me the pentagram in Egypt. That's what I want to see. So if you want to go all the way back into Egypt, let's go all the way back in Christianity. Now show me the goddamn pentagram on the walls of Egypt. Show me the goddamn pentagram in Egypt. You won't find it. Then we had the fish. The symbol of the fish, when they draw, one would draw a line in the sand, the other one draw the line and make the fish. And then we can go to Constantine. That symbol don't come from no goddamn Egypt. That shit ain't had nothing to do with no goddamn Egypt. So how y'all say Christianity stole? And Christianity started so many goddamn years, they wasn't doing none of that bullshit where the sources and shit you getting shit from. Those goddamn Jews, those Christians, none of them knew nothing about that damn Egyptian shit. Third, fourth century and shit. You think they know something about some goddamn meta-netter? The common people? That was shit. They wasn't even writing like that no more. That's like you showed me a book written in Old English and telling me to read that shit. You ever look at a real 1611 King James Bible? A normal American, you give him that book and he reading that like, what the fuck is this shit? You got letters and stuff that in places that not in regular English. You don't know what the hell that shit's saying. Maybe I'll go into that thing I want to show. Well, I already told it this shit. I'll do your own goddamn research. I was going to get this thing over here. We're brotherhood. Hey, Rue ain't pop up in this motherfucker yet. Where you at, Hey, Rue and shit? Where you at, motherfucker? Hey, Necro Nikki. What's happening? Hell yeah, I subscribe to Necro Nikki. You gotta subscribe to her on Twitter too. Yup. All the platform, her OnlyFans, all that. I'm gonna say who you is, her ass did. I'm gonna expose your ass and shit. Yeah, her channel is awesome. Necro Nikki. Right on. Harassed. Did it for you, coach. Yo, you stupid. Oh, man. Always acting up. I'm going to tell them people on you. I already told you I'm going to tell them people on you. You have you hiding again. And put you in hiding. December 25th is neither Egyptian nor pagan. I know it is popular to claim Christmas was assigned to December 25th because that was the birthday of every sun god. Well, under the sun. But that simply is false. Search all you might. Follow the 5 rules, right? And you simply won't find this. This is no ancient evidence that any god, sun god or otherwise, was born on December 25th. But they'll tell you this shit all day. Horus was not born on December 25th. I remember reading so many books when I was younger and stuff that's telling me that, right? Mithras was not born on December 25th. No guy was born on December 25th. December 25th. So please stop saying this. This obsession with the modern urban legend about December 25th is all and more perplexing, given that Christianity never originated with any such idea anyway. Right? Now that I say that, I mentioned I got to do a video just on that, but that guy, Alexander Hyslop, what is it? Hyslop? Or was it Hyslop? I think it was. Alexander Hyslop. That was the guy where you get all the cults, the crazy Christian cults that want to talk about the revelation and this means Rome and Rome is Babylon and all this shit, like, right? And tell you, like, well, all these countries are, you see this great beer, the great beer, it means Russia. So Russia is going to turn against the Babylon, the whore Babylon, which is America, and all this shit. This came from one guy, Alexander Hyslop. He was a nutcase. That came from one guy. But the Hebrew Israelites will give you that breakdown. You be wondering, like, how do you niggas know all this goddamn shit? Because they got it from the white man. But they'll never tell your ass that shit. They'll never tell you that shit in 100,000 years. But most of them don't know either. It's their leaders told them that, and they just parroting. They just little fucking what? They fucking parrots. And they'll just spread the information. Just like my black ass is spreading the information. All the other booger-eating Hebrew Israelites was spreading the information. You get the little doomsday cults, the crazy white folk too, out there spreading the information. But they'll tell you that their leader came up with this breakdown. Tell you what this is. They'll take some little shit from him. They'll take some shit from that other quacky, retarded ass book, Behold the Pale Horse and shit. They'll take some shit from there. They'll take some shit from what's another little bugged out ass books. A lot of the conspiracy type shit, right? And they'll just put all that shit together and throw it at you. And you be like, okay. But you really do the research on it, you won't find none of that shit. Like, I remember telling, black people ruled Europe during the Dark Ages. That's why it was called the Dark Ages. Because they didn't want motherfuckers to know that black people was ruling Europe. We go to the library and shit. Well, I'm like, what, 20, 19, 20, something around there, right? And I'm asking for books on the Dark Ages, right? I want to see some of the paintings and the pictures and shit. And I'm looking, I'm like, that don't look like no nigga to me. That don't look like no nigga to me, right? And you go to another book. That don't look like it. Then you'll start, in your mind, you start, oh, well, he look like he got a little afro and shit. It's the white man. He whitewashed the pictures. Motherfuckers is crazy, right? So let's go. The usual bullshit line spun is that Jesus was born on December 25th. And all sun gods were born on December 25th before Christianity was invented as a replicated sun god cult. Astrotheology for the win. But this is all false. All of it. Not only were there no sun gods born on December 25th when Christianity began, but the idea that Jesus was born on December 25th didn't exist when Christianity began. The earliest recorded Christian belief regarding when he was born put his birthday in spring, not winter, arising sometime in the 2nd century. The gospel says nothing on the point. The idea of moving it to December 25th had its origin in French Christian numerological speculation on the 3rd century. And didn't, we got to stop right there. Numerological? Y'all Christians are, hey, Don't get mad at me. Don't get mad at me. French Christian numerological speculation. Speculation. In the 3rd century. And didn't prevail in Christian doctrine into the 4th century. It therefore had nothing to do with the origin of the religion. Numerology. Round, like you said on Friday, round here. On the Killer Bee Baptist Church. We call that sinning. Yep. So I got some explaining to do. Fight your way up out of this bag, right? That's all y'all, not me. When it finally did arise, the notion was based on a convenient logic that Jesus must have been conceived on the same calendar date he died. Because that just feels right. It feels right. It feels good. Feels good. Yeah. It feels good. And surely Mary had an absolutely, perfectly, exactly 9 months to the day of pregnancy. Because she and God are awesome. So that must be the case, right? And if you count conclusively, as they did, exactly 9 months to the day from the believed calendar date of his death, based on the gospel fabrication having to do with making him conveniently die exactly on the Passover, which is actually historically impossible. Guess what date you get on the then Roman calendar? That's right, December 25th. There are 2 reasons we can be certain that this is the real reason Christians eventually adopted that date for the birth of Jesus, because this notion started arising before any pagan god was assigned the date of birth. And it is far too improbable that Christians would borrow that date from a pagan god, and just by coincidence, it's exactly 9 months to the day after the previous imagined date of his mythical death and conception, right? Now, if you want the magic to work, gotta believe. Well, like I said, I ain't got no problem with the Christians, but you better be doing it. Even if you want to, y'all can do December 25th day. I don't care, right? But that man makes the magic work, right? You have to believe. That's the key thing. You have to believe. Just like they say, oh, this shit don't work unless you believe in it. Oh, they can't do nothing to you unless you believe in that shit. Right? So that's with anything. Like I keep saying, you can get a goddamn can of Pepsi, put it on your goddamn table, and that motherfucker work miracles for your motherfucking ass. Try it. If you believe, you have to believe. So when the people that say, oh, I would say something about Christianity and stuff like that, they don't believe, so it doesn't work for them. It doesn't work. People that deal with the occult, it works because they believe in it. If they deal with it and don't believe it, guess what? It's not going to work. It's not going to do nothing for you. And that's when you have these people, these Afrocentrics that want to come out and say, oh, Christianity stole from Egypt. We need to go to the source and all this shit. And guess what? They don't even believe in that shit. Chris ain't got no goddamn shrine in his motherfucking house. Chris Harris ain't pray. He said, I practice my eye. You the most lionest nigga on the goddamn planet. They should make a new sequel to The Lion King called it The Lion Nigga. Because you're lying. Practice no god much lying and bullshit and cutting up your ass, dude. Somebody practice some goddamn maya. That is words. That is what you telling these niggas. You sitting up in there playing Xbox, motherfucker. That what you believe in, Xbox. Here's another. Please check your facts example. If you did actual responsible research, you would find there's no evidence of gods being born Okay, God's being born on December 25th, Egyptian or otherwise, until Emperor Aurelian, they don't pronounce that right, late in the 3rd century chose to assign that calendar day to celebrate the birth of his preferred state god, Sol Invictus, the invincible sun. But that is an Egyptian, and it doesn't predate Christian speculations moving Jesus' birthday to the same date. Aurelian's god Sol was a synchronized Etruscan Syrian cult. And the reason for placing his birthday on December 25th most likely had to do with 2 converging factors. Aurelian needed a day not already devoted to a holiday on the official state calendar, and the actual winter solstice, birthday of the sun, December 21st, was already taken by the pagan Christmas feast of Saturnalia. While December 25th was not, Aurelian's new temple of Sol was completed just then, thus most convenient. Wait, hold on a second here. Most conveniently dedicated on December 25th. Perhaps Aurelian's move to do this later gave the added incentive of Christians to choose the faction pushing a December 25th date for their god over the previous more popular spring date, to co-opt and eclipse Sol cult as often they did others. But by then, we are held and gone from the origin of Christianity and nowhere near the Egyptian myth. Jabari, all right, hold on, let me look at the chat here. Anything going on? All right. Thank you. Y'all don't forget to hit the goddamn like button up in here. Jabari not only fails to learn any of this because he fact checks nothing and just gullibly believes whatever some long dead white guy told him, but he garbles even the source he claims to have. Contrary to what he elaborately claims, the late pagan author Macrobius, I guess it's Macrobius, does not date any holy day to December 25th. Least of all, the winter solstice, which occurs not on the 25th, but on December 21st. The Saturnalia, which he wrote a lot about, is many days long and ends before the 25th. It is most typically celebrated from the 17th and the 23rd. When Christianity arose, and even later on when Christians started speculating on a December birthday, there was no holy day on December 25th in either the Roman or the Egyptian calendar, which didn't align anyway. So December 25th is a meaningless term in the Egyptian system. Such a date simply did not even exist in any fixed sense, much less match up with the Julian calendar date of December 25th. In case you were wondering, reconstructed ancient Egyptian holy calendar do exist. What we find of them is that Ra, the actual Egyptian god of the sun, was born in August, and Horus and Osiris, the Egyptian god otherwise most equivalent to Jesus, were not born in any month. Their births were in what are called intercalary days, extra days that complete a solar year, which in the Egyptian system were designed to no month at all and occurred nowhere near December. They filled the calendar in summer, which gets us to rule number 6. If you want to know if something is true about a given culture at a given time, check the sources of that culture from that time. Third day mythology. Contrary to what Jabari says, there is no evidence that the Christian third day resurrection motif was ever connected to the sun or any kind of astral theology. In fact, there is no astral theology whatever in early Christianity. The Bible is entirely devoid of it. That's kind of hitting out with Sister Cherry, with Cherry Love. Shout out to Cherry Love and stuff. I know. I wish she would come up out here because she might be hollering and screaming at some of this, but she'd be good to have up out here. Shout out to Cherry Love. Y'all go check her channel out. She a bust your ass Christian. That's what she is. That's how I can put it. Excuse my language, Cherry Love. Excuse my language. But yeah, that's what she is. Bust your ass in that Bible. Astro ideas have been co-opted in Christianity in the Middle Ages, but that can have no relevance to the origin of the religion or the contents of the New Testament. There were any uniquely Egyptian, Persian, or other systems were just as influential. Now, this is something that I had on my head before the show started. That I forgot. I'm just trying to dig it back up in my head. One of the claims Mr. Harris makes that, the Torah was created by the Persians and stuff, right? I forgot where I'm going with this. I'll just make it another video when I get back, when I get it clearer in my head again. Even Judaism, from which Christianity arose, though it used a lunar calendar in many agricultural societies then did, and eventually adopted the ancient scientific understanding of a planetary layered heaven, was not astrological in content. None of its doctrines were based on astrology. That's another strike from Mr. Chris Harris. Constellations or anything astrophysical. If you want to see what actual evidence of astrotheology looked like, consult the research in ancient Mithraism, which derived from Greco-Persian astrotheology, not Egyptian. And David Ulanski's Origins of the Mithraic Mysteries, though with some corrective in Roger Bett, The Religion of the Mithras Cult in the Roman Empire. There is nothing like this evidence for Judaism or early Christianity. The notion of a resurrection on the third day appears to be based on ancient Near Eastern concepts surrounding death that predate the written record. Our earliest example of the motif is not Egyptian, but Sumerian. It appears an ancient tale of the death and resurrection of the goddess Inanna. Right? I've done some videos on Inanna, like back in the earlier days on my channel. And I was just leaving the cult. Showing that her husband and stuff was Yahweh, which survives on clay tablets dating to about 18th century BC, which contains a legend that could date far back in the 40th century BC. The motif appears all over the place after that, from Greece to Rome to Persia and Egypt. In Jewish lore, it appears to have been connected to the time it was thought it took for a corpse to become unrecognizable. See my discussion in quotations of the relevant sources in my chapter on the body of Jesus in the empty tomb. But it also, that's interesting. I gotta go check that out. But it also coincided with Jewish calendaric beliefs regarding the time span of the new or full moon, where we see the same assumptions governing the assignment of a third day motif to the death and resurrection of Osiris, the Egyptian myth, which assignment can't be reliably dated much earlier than the Hellenistic era. See, dying and rising gods is pagan. Guys, get over it. Both Osiris and Jesus die on the first day of the full moon and rise on his last full day. But this does not appear to be because the Christians borrowed the idea from Osiris cult, but simply because both Jesus and Osiris cult set their death and resurrection tales around a local lunar holiday, and not, I like to point out, a solar holiday. Jabari can't even maintain a coherent metaphor because the Jews had already long before fixed the Passover to the rise of the full moon, and Jesus was conceived on the new Passover sacrifice. Which gets us to rule number 7. Correlation and not causation. Parallels do not automatically exist because you think they do. And when they do exist, they do not automatically confirm your particular causal hypothesis. If X resembles Y, like Osiris and Jesus died and rose on the third day, it may be because X caused Y, Osiris cult inspired Jesus cult, or because Y caused X, Jesus cult inspired Osiris cult, or because of common factor Z, separately caused both X and Y. Lunar characters caused third day motif in Egypt and Judea both independently adopted lunar calendars, or because of mere random accident. Because there are billions and millions of facts, accidental correlations among them are actually statistically inevitable and guaranteed to be quite numerous. So similarities might belie no causal connection whatsoever. You need to do a lot more work than just find similarities to support any causal hypothesis, much less yours. That's something that the Hebrew Israelites lived off of. This is what, right? To prove that the black slaves in America were Israelites, right? They would use the word massa and words like aid, right? All right. Let me rephrase this. I was supposed to do a video on this a few weeks ago. Shout out to Bonnie Woodruff, right? The Off Door. Check her channel out too. She's dope. I told her that I was going to do a video talking about Southern slang or this Southern speech, but particularly like black Southern speech when I was holding it on. But certain words and stuff they use, like my parents grew up in the South, and you know I'm up here up north in Connecticut and stuff. I would say like, "Yo, I'm fixing to go to the store," and my best friend growing up was white dude, right? My boy. So one day he asked me, he was like, "What do you mean when you say you fixing to go to this store?" I couldn't really explain. I was like, "We going to the store, motherfucker." I know what I mean? But it was something that people didn't speak like that up here, right? So the Hebrew Israelites would take things like how a slave, stereotypically, a slave would say master. They wouldn't say master. They would say massa. Oh, massa. Like, right? Now, if you go into the Strong's Concordance and go to the Hebrew, right? And look up massa in the Strong's Concordance, it's gonna, the definition of massa in Hebrew means oppressor. Now, how these slaves say, "I'm not gonna do something. I ain't gonna do it." You know, we grew up saying ain't a word, right? I ain't gonna do it. You look up I or N, right? In the Hebrew of the Strong's Concordance, it means like, no, I'm not gonna do something. So they took that, those similarities, and say, okay, the black slaves in America are Israelites because they were speaking Hebrew. So instead of saying master, they were saying massa. It wasn't like they couldn't say it. They were saying it like they were saying it in their homeland in Israel. It'd be stupid shit like that. And the people would take this stuff. That's cult 101, is to make shit up like that. And you use it of people that don't research. A lot of them is like a little undereducated, I would say. And some people are educated in certain areas, but not in this area. And a lot of people, like a lot of cults too, stay away from educated people or people that got some money a lot of times and stuff, because they're going to figure this shit out and they're going to tell everybody. So they stick with the people that's on the low end, right? And now they starting to figure out, like, hey, these motherfuckers in money, they just as dumb as these motherfuckers is broke. They just as dumb. It's because they got a college degree. That shit don't mean shit. These motherfuckers still dumb in the motherfucker, right? Anybody that went to college, you know that shit too. There's a lot of motherfuckers dumb as hell and shit. It's still dumb as a motherfucker. But they graduate and make big money. So it's deep. It's deep how they do shit. Say Jabari waxes on about how the star in the infancy narratives of Matthew must be a reference to the dog star Cyrus, right? Canis Major is somehow connected on Orion's belt and thus the pyramids, or some such bizarre nonsense. The Great Pyramids might have some sort of intended stellar alignment. That's disputed, but not my area. See, the man sworn up to say, hey, that's not my area. So I don't know. I can give my little opinion and shit, but I'm not an authority on that. See, he got enough sense to do that, right? But I can't coincidentally say nothing else he says about this is correct. For one thing, his account seems to garble a bunch of different astronomical facts. Let me make sure my shit still. Y'all can still hear me in anything, right? Let me make sure. Mike Spark on top, huh? I don't know. I don't know what you're hunting about, but let me know in the chat. Maybe I can answer your question for you. Yeah, but welcome to the show. Welcome to the show. Other than that, don't forget to hit the like button. Let me do where I left off here. Correct. For one, the account seems to garble a bunch of different astronomical facts. He seems to argue that Orion's belt points to the rising of the sun. That's incorrect. It points to the rising of Sirius, the dog star, the brightest star in the Earth sky, which is nowhere near where the sun ever is. You might know that dog days are when the dog star rises each day in the same time as the sun, which is summer. That coincidence of rising times, not locations, was anciently used to mark the dawn of the summer season in more places than just Egypt. Egyptians weren't the only ones looking at the sky in antiquity, but more off the rails of Jabari's attempt to connect any of this to the mythology of Matthew, which I should remind you is only the mythology of Matthew. No star exists in Mark, Luke, or John. And the actual origin of the star motif may be a complete different secret story that I discussed in OHJ, right? Y'all can go check that on your own time. I'll give y'all the link after the show. In Matthew, the star Astera, meaning any light or flame in the sky, is not what we mean in modern English by a star, right? Now, they taught us that in the Hebrew Israelites, that the star was like a ball of light or something. Like a star isn't what we call star today. But what we would call today a UFO, an unidentified flying object that moves and hovers miraculously and suits its divine helmsman, a legend or angel. This was never even proposed to be an astronomical phenomenon. And all modern attempts to turn it into one are bogus. See astronomer Alan Aaron at Adir, the star of Bethlehem, a skeptical view. Moreover, Jabari commits the common mistake of interpreting the Greek phrase, "We saw his star in the east," as meaning a star in the east. In fact, from context, Matthew must mean the observers were in the east when they first spied this UFO in the west. Some translation will say at its rising, which is plausible, but context makes that reading unlikely as well. The UFO then flies ahead of them westward, vanishes for a spell to evade Herod's spying eyes, and reappears at just the right time to fly forth and hover over the single town, indeed, over a single barn, there's no comparable story in ancient Egypt lore, and there is nothing astronomical even imagined to be going on there. After this, I do this video. I'm gonna send it to this Hebrew Israelite guy. He not like a crazy Hebrew Israelite. Like he crazy, but he ain't a crazy Hebrew Israelite. Like he one of them like off-brand like Hebrew Israelites with the Christians like they call moderate. I hate to use that word moderate because all Hebrew Israelites are Hebrew Israelites, but they're all crazy. But he not crazy, right? That I know of. But he presented a lot of information about the kids comparing Jesus with Horus and all this stuff, right? All this Egyptian stuff. And he made some great claims that I couldn't tackle. I must admit that I couldn't tackle them. And I went to old Chris Harris, right? I went to old brother Heru, and all of them fell short too. I'm trying to find a conversation. I've been looking for it in my Facebook, what do you call it, the messenger and stuff, trying to find a conversation or the post and stuff that was actually put up that I was on there talking with this guy. But he was saying about how Jesus had 12 apostles, like Osiris or Horus or whatever, supposed to have 12 apostles, which is untrue. And like he was just debunking all that stuff. It was good. It was like a lot of good research like he put in to debunking that. And like I said, I went to these guys, they didn't have no goddamn answers. They just did the what do you call it? The buck dance. This is a funny one. Jabari tries to argue that Mark's involvement of spit in some of the healing miracles of Jesus proves Mark was stealing ideas from Egypt. One in which tale is elaborated in John 9 and 6. The reason Egyptian folklore must include legends of divine spittle curing wounds. The problem, Jesus never cured any wounds in Mark at all, much less with spit. Now, and that's another thing. Here come the Kemetic people quoting stuff in the Bible. They don't even read the Bible. So they hate this book so much that they never even read it. But they want to tell people all the stuff not to fuck with it. And they don't know anything that goes on in that book. Nothing. Much less with spit. The only thing they know is what they read from kooky books about the Bible. That's the only thing they know. Like Shaka Amos, this straight retarded book he made. What was that? Christianity Exposed or something like that? Or the Bible Exposed. It was a stupid ass book. Right? And there's some other things about that book I don't even want to talk about now. So y'all will be like, yo, you ain't right. But the gospel of Jesus mostly only cures ailments that are commonly psychosomatic and incapable of being proved real, because that's all that Christian missionaries could actually heal in their tent shows as well. The only wound care Jesus is accredited with appears in Luke. Whoso was disturbed by both his sources depicting Peter mutilating his slave and Jesus doing nothing about it, that he decides to invent the tale that Jesus fixed it, was fabrication of the story John rejected. And Luke did not imagine Jesus using spit for this. This reads the rule number 8. Always, I'm glad we had 8. I'm getting tired. Always check if what you think is particular and thus indicative of something was actually commonplace. It does not indicative of anything. Wait, let me see if that guy is. Harass you crazy, yo. I'm gonna be trolling your ass harass after the show. Watch. Rule number 8. Always check what you think. All right. I already said that. As in this case, using spit to heal wounds was an ambiguous folk belief and not at all particular to Egypt, and almost certain dates beyond even the existence of Egyptian culture. Indeed, evidence of craft medical lore predates even human beings. The earliest indication of culture and craft lore arise in pre-human species Homo habilis, far, far south of Egypt, since it is a scientific fact that human saliva assists wound care. It seems quite unlikely that fact hadn't been discovered long before sentient beings even walked the sands of Egypt. Consequently, it will have spread everywhere before Egyptian civilization even had a chance to influence anything. Now, this is part in the Apocrypha where no, that, what's that? No, he used spit. I'm bugging. He used the gall of a fish to cure a man's blindness. That's what it was. It wasn't spit. My bad. But actually, the fact in Christ's myth that Jabari wants to explain is Jesus' particular use of spit to cure deafness and blindness, which has no medical basis. That idea did exist in Egyptian lore, but so did many other cultures. But we must adduce a more likely basis of its invention in Mark's effort to revamp and rewrite the miracles of Moses. Christians adopted the belief that Jesus Christ was in fact Moses' rock, also known as Miriam's well, which brought to the Israelites the water of life. That the water of life, water literally from our rock, now in the new form of Jesus, will cause the deaf to hear and the blind to see. Both metaphors for understanding the gospel. It is rather too obvious literary device. Is a rather too obvious literary device, as is the parallel Mark intentionally draws by linking Moses' tree to the healing Jesus. To healing in Jesus, sorry, I'm getting a little tired. Healing of the blind man, who at first sees trees rather than people, another obvious giveaway. But even as a replication of modern medical folklore, there is nothing peculiarly Egyptian about any of this. In the same vein, contrary to Jabari's attempt to argue an Egyptian basis for this, the King of Kings was a global Western phenomenon not unique to Egypt. Any connection to Egypt it might ever had, and there is, I'll remind you, no evidence of any, would have been long lost hundreds of years before Christianity arose, and thus couldn't have been salient to its inventors. What we find instead is a far more likely source of that appellation is the Jewish, not Egyptian, background of Christianity mythology. The Jews' Persian overlords famously held the title Kings of Kings, as attested in the book of Ezra, Ezekiel, Daniel, and New Testament constructs its mythology for Jesus out of the exact such scripture. This is most likely reason it was adapted to Jesus, though note that this title is not assigned to Jesus in any of his actual myths. It is not in the Gospels, nor in Paul, and first appears in the late first century book of Revelation, a political prophetic text written long after Christianity began and without any discernible Egyptian influence. Just like I said earlier, so like these people wouldn't even know shit about Egypt. Or what about nothing about what Egypt was doing 1,000 years before their time? Another example of this category is a trope of the dying and raising God, which, with all over the West, I'm almost at the end of this motherfucker. Pass out on this son of a bitch. Let me see how much more. Oh, all right, I'm almost done. I'm done. Almost done. Okay, Lost my spot. Give me 1 second, y'all. Hit the like button, goddammit. Okay. As I already noted, the idea could be Sumerian origin and as old as 4000 BC. In fact, for all we know, it could date back tens of thousands of years and predate even Egypt as a civilization. Its origin wholly unknown. At any event, the trope was everywhere, and in no way particularly Egyptian. By the time the first Christians adapted that trope to Judaism, Jabari even makes the particular mistake of trying to argue the resurrection of Jesus derives from the tale of Horus being killed by the scorpion as a child and then resurrection. Even though Jesus does not die as a child, much less as a scorpion. See, that's something that guy I was talking, that Hebrew Israelite that I was talking about, right? He's actually from Brazil, I believe. He's a cool dude, like great graphic artist and stuff. We both share that talent and stuff. But as you see here, like these stories, they don't add up. Rather than the far more opposite parallel Cyrus being murdered by the Egyptian analog to Satan and resurrected. And this is another thing too. They like to talk about all this like homosexual stuff and whatnot. And I try to defend it at one time as just saying, oh, it's this allegory, big. But you won't find nobody trying to poke nobody in the booty in the Bible. But these same people will tell you that homosexuality never existed in Africa. And I'm just like, yeah, damn. And I had to knock that out real quick. Like I got over that. I did stuff. I was like, no, homosexuality was all through Africa. They got shit written like on the walls a long time ago, showing this shit, right? And it's pretty crazy that how many these Afrocentric people will tell you that homosexuality, that's a Greek thing. No, homosexuality was all over the goddamn world. Yeah, South America, North America, goddamn Asia, China, like wherever. You can find it. And it's pretty crazy and stuff how they are. But that's part of the whole Afrocentrism thing, to be macho, the self-esteem and all that stuff. That's where they get all the shit from, right? And have you sitting there looking stupid, looking like a goddamn fool. But far from obviously the death and resurrection, smearing God Inanna, who is actually effectively crucified to gain victory over death, or the Roman god Romulus, whose story bears a great many parallels to the Jesus myth. See the peer-reviewed work of Richard Miller, Resurrection and Reception of Early Christianity. Finally, I won't even bother debunking Jabari's attempt to link erections. This making other shit, attempting to link erections to resurrection belief, which really have no connection to penises outside satire. So then you smelt it, you dealt it, nigga. Like, so who knows what Jabari be talking a certain way. I'm not trying to be stereotypical, but Jabari married and everything, but Chris Harris said he was married, but we ain't never seen no goddamn ring in his finger or no woman talking at his house, prancing around. Much time these niggas spit on the goddamn internet and shit. Ain't no woman sitting there looking at a nigga and shit, talk to a bunch of niggas on the internet all night, day and night. But it's kind of weird. Like, it's kind of weird that they come up with these little things and shit. Let me shut up about that. And please, no more crate etymology. Rule number 9. We're whittling down now. We get down to the end. Don't just believe etymology someone spurts at you. Speaking of that, just like that was his name, Credo Mututua or some shit. That was with David, the weirdo David Icke, talking about the African lizard people and shit, right? He was trying to kick that etymology. Like, I'm like, man, if you don't set your big fucking goddamn great chewed up, great bubblegum looking ass up. That bullshit. Right? Crate etymology often operates on a totally bonkers principle that if two words are radically different languages, even remotely sound alike, the one must have derived from the other. Just like I just said about the Hebrews, like telling you that the slaves are saying massa, and massa in Hebrew means oppressor. This is as dumb as thinking all the bald men you ever met must come from the same village in Finland. So no contra Jabari. The English word thought does not derive from the Egyptian god Thoth. Thoth is the Greek bastardization of the actual name Jehudi, which derives from the Afro-Asiatic language, which has no significant influence on the Indo-European. Our word thought derives from Germanic thought, most likely long predating any Greek influence, as multilingual cladistic indicate it derived from the Proto-Indo-European word tongue, thousands of years before Greeks even encountered Egypt, much less Germans. There is simply no connection to Egyptian language gods or myths. Likewise, contrary to Jabari's fabricated etymology, the name of Mary is actually the English bastardization of the Greek translation Miriam, of the Hebrew name Miriam, the mythologically famous name of the sister of Moses when Christianity arose. One in every four Jewish women had that name. It has no known connected to any Egyptian word or persons. And the city of Paris wasn't named after any African deities either. Nor even the mythical Greek hero of exactly that name, which you might think is far more likely source for the city's appellation. It derives rather from the name of the Celtic tribe, who originally lived there when it conquered and colonized by the Romans. The Parisii, in fact, the city's actual full name is Lutetia Parisirum. The word Lutetia derived from the Celtic word luto, for marsh or meadow. In other words, meadow of the Parisii tribe. Conclusion: do not break the 9 rules. Rule number 1, never trust anything written before 1950. Rule number 2, always trace a claim to its early evidence. Rule number 3, once you have found the earliest surviving source, you must date and contextualize and critically evaluate its evidence. Rule number 4, always check your facts and logic to make sure your claims actually follow the evidence that actually exists. Rule number 5, pay attention to relevant chronology. Rule number 6, if you want to know if something is true about a given culture at the given time, check the sources of that culture from that time. Rule number 7, correlation is not causation. Rule number 8, always check if what you think is a particular or thus indicative of something was actually commonplace and thus not indicative of anything. All right, excuse my goddamn reading this shit. I'm tired of shit. Rule number 9, do not believe any etymology someone spurts at you. Check real linguistic scholarship first. Sound history requires not employing crank methodologies, which often entail abandoning one or more even all these rules and acting like a gullible medieval armchair academic instead of a competent, serious, responsible scholar. Nate Springfield should, because Nate was kind of deep with the whole the European occult thing and stuff, and its foundations and stuff like that. I like to see Nagy do something on these claims and stuff that were brought about in the medieval eras and stuff. Right? Yet not much training is needed to simply abide by these rules. So lack of qualifications is not an excuse. Even the amateur authors can do this. And should, especially in the era of fake news. Right? So I give y'all a link to this article. He got a lot of stuff on his blog. So, why are you gonna try to come in at the last minute, hey Rue? How you gonna come? Look, Hey Rue was hiding under the bed and shit. Niggas hiding under the bed. You gonna tell your cult leader? Hey Rue gonna tell us? I'm about to tell. I'm about to call Jabari right now. Well, man. Oh, yeah, y'all know I was just talking about you. I was just talking about you, hey, Rue. You come on up in here. His rule killed his Jesus and his rebuttal. Man, go ahead with that bullshit, hey, Rue. That nigga ain't say nothing. You know goddamn well, Jabari ain't say nothing. Jabari don't even got credentials to speak out what the fuck he talking about. And you know he don't. Yeah, nigga, I sent you the goddamn link, goddamn. Come on up here and try to save the cult leader. I never thought I would say that goddamn. I never thought I would be able to say that shit. Goddamn. Come on to defend him, Jabari. Go ahead. I mean, oh shit, I called you Jabari and shit. Well, goddamn. What up, hey, Rue? Hold on, let me close this up right here. There you go. My man.
I'm just talking about the information. I ain't got to defend nobody. But, but I do know this from Richard Carrier. First of all, Richard Carrier never says that there is a Jesus. Not one time. He just only talks about the possibility that says that because there's lack of information or his feel of lack of information that you can't positively say that there is not. That's what he does do.
Okay.
Right? That's one thing that he does do. Now,
right.
Now, when he goes back to his 9 rules of dating anything back to 1950, if we regard any of that, then we don't have any historical.
Well, we know that that's the lightest rule that he got up on there, though. That's funny that you just mentioned that one right off the rip.
Well, he wrote it. I'm just saying what he wrote.
Yeah, he wrote it.
Right now, let's go back to some of the stuff that he said that I would say from what I learned, what I know, what I would say that I would have a problem with. One is he starts talking about the contextual terms of when he says Mary, right? But right, but he says, but look at this thing. He says could be. He never has a definitive of anything. He just gives out possibilities of without connecting.
It's something that there's no evidence of.
Without connecting anything. Wait, hold on. Without connecting anything. So for one, he hasn't shown you any primary source of anything that says King of Kings. That's one. In Sumeria, right? Then he says it doesn't have any connection to Aset or Isis when in the, I believe it's on the walls in the Sakaros to the pyramid text, which is no better, where Nepetet and Aset were referred to as the two Marys, right? Which is also Mary and Mary, which was in the Bible.
What you said their names was?
Aset and Nepehet.
All right, so where do you get Mary from that?
They called them the two Miriams, the two Marys.
Who did?
It was, I think it's in the pyramid text. Chris would have it.
But they say, didn't you just say their names?
Huh?
Didn't you just say their names?
They were referred to as the two Marys.
The two, so what that word Mary meant when they said two Marys, because you just said they two names.
Right. I said.
So why would they be calling them Mary and that's not the name?
Because
I was asking you.
Because Mary meant beloved.
Okay.
Mary meant beloved. So my thing is this, right? And this is one thing that goes with Garfield. Garfield says, okay, so when he's talking about
with that, could you use the Negro etymology to say that meant where they get the word Mesriem for Egypt in the Bible?
Mesrim?
Like I said, a lot of people that's into the whole Kemetic thing and the concept, they know nothing about the Bible. I'm not saying you, but I'm just saying a lot of them that attack the Bible and try to do all these things and stuff like, oh, they stole it from Egypt and all that shit, right? They actually have no foundation in understanding the Bible and what it's saying and what it's trying to get across. Whether the things in there are true or false, or what I can say this, rather than what the people that are trying to teach it, or no, I kind of messed myself up here. Like most of these people that attack the Bible, you can't ask them anything about the Bible because they were never able to give you an answer. And I said this earlier in the show that the majority of them, the only thing they know about the Bible is what's been told by people that dislike the Bible. And usually the people that tell them that dislike the Bible don't know nothing about the Bible in the first place. And never even opened a damn book. Just like I said with Chris, I'm like, Chris is a story on the scriptures and the Bible is fake. Okay, if you say it's fake, it's fake, right? But to tell somebody not to believe in the Bible and that it's no good for you, Chris has never prayed. Chris has told me out of his own mouth. After Christianity, after he'd been through Christianity, after he'd been through the New Testament Hebrew Israelite doctrine, after he went through the Torah, the Old Testament only Hebrew Israelite doctrine, he came to me and said, I never prayed. Have you ever prayed before? He said, I never prayed. So that tells you that you don't know how the Bible works or how the religion works, because you have to believe for the religion to work. That's rule number one, that you must believe. For any magi to work, as the Haitians will call it, magi, for any magi to work, you have to believe. Just like I always say, you heard me say that too back in the day, that you can put a can of Pepsi on the table and you can get that motherfucker to work miracles for your motherfucking ass. But you got to believe. Every religion that I've been through since I was a teenager has worked for me. Honestly, worked for me, worked miracles for me. So when somebody tries to discredit a religion that they never practiced, see now, these people will look back and say, well, the Bible is a white man's shit, right? And try to say, but it all came from Kemet. But really, they have no education to even speak on that. Because for one, they don't even know the book to speak on it. And most of the cases, the book, the thing that they want to follow, they know nothing about it either, except what somebody told them. Like a Jabari will make crazy claims. Like I said, like Richard Carey talked about the etymology thing, right? And I use a really good example that cult leaders use, especially in the Hebrew Israelites. They would say, okay, I asked you, I know you wasn't here for this. Now, what did slaves call slaves call the white man that owned them?
What they call them?
Yeah.
As far as I know, they called them either by their surname or they called them master.
Right. Master is what I'm looking for. How did they say master?
They probably said massa.
Thank you. Right? You know what the Hebrew Israelites tell me? You go open up the Strong's Concordance and you look up the Hebrew section in the coordinates, the word massa in Hebrew. You know what it means? It means oppressor. If a slave say they're not going to do something, what they going to say?
Say it again. If a slave say they're going to do what they going to say?
Yeah. Stereotypical now. Stereotypical. Keep it 100. We're not trying to.
I don't understand your question. Say it again.
All right. So a slave say, I'm not going to do something, right?
Yeah.
But I'm saying that in like today English. I'm not going to do it, right? And what they would say stereotypically, if somebody wanted to make fun of the slaves or do reenaction or something in a play, I ain't going to do it. I ain't going to do it. Right? Now, this is something that Black people are comfortable with. This language. Most of us, all from the South, have a history with the South. So when you say I'm fixing, like I was talking about how my parents would speak, they was from the South, right? And my white friend, my best friend, I'd be like, yo, I gotta go. I'm fixing to go to we fixing to go to the store.
Right.
One day he asked me, he said, what do you mean when you say you fixing to go to the store?
Mm-hmm.
That's not normal English here. That's like Southern slang or whatever, how the best way I could put it, right? Mm-hmm. So when you say, I ain't gonna do it, they tell you in school, ain't a word. Mm-hmm. But when you're looking at Strong's coordinates and you look up A, it tells you no or not to do something. Mm-hmm. So what the cult would do, it is so familiar with us. And we'll have such an attachment to it when we see, they tell us that, and when we see it with our own eyes, we actually say, we must be our Israelites. We were speaking Hebrew. Because look, master means oppressor. Your slave master is your oppressor. That's the person that been beating you with the whip. When you say, I ain't gonna do it, you know, we always say ain't, and when we go to school, the teachers tell us, ain't a word. Why are they telling us that? Because it's Hebrew. We were speaking our native language when we got here. They gonna tell you that. It sounds so good. It sounds so good, but it's wrong. It's wrong. We wasn't speaking no goddamn Hebrew when we got here or before. So it's just a coincidence. But these motherfuckers would try to say it's etymology. And etymology don't all, we had to check Chris on this one day. Is Henry, you still in the chat? You can come out here too, be a witness to that. Henry bulldozed Chris Harris. Chris Harris had a fucking big fucking fit. He almost had an aneurysm on this motherfucker. Called Ivory Scales a big lip black hole and all types of shit. Just because Henry corrected him on something that was true and showed him Chris what an etymology and all this stuff, and he reading it, right? And he read over Henry's point and tried to ignore it. And then Henry said, no. Read that what you just said again. And Chris knew he made the mistake. When he was reading it, his voice paused. You know, you read something, you like, just like the last show I did yesterday. I said that I was reading a thing on this guy that killed a police officer, shot him like 30 times and shit, right? And the article that was sent to me, I was reading it and I was like, this is a goddamn, and I read it, I was like, wait a minute, why is this article saying this? Like, right? And you can hear it in my voice, like I'm reading, all of a sudden I pause, like, did I just see what I just saw? When we got down to the bottom, No Saint came out. I know you know who No Saint is. He be on the side editor.
Yeah, I heard of him. Yeah.
So he was like, this shit sounds like a damn white supremacist like website you got this from. And we get to the bottom, that's what it was. Like, you know what I'm saying? So when we say like words and stuff, it's easy for these niggas to say, oh, it's etymology. Etymology don't really line up with everything. Like you can have certain words, right? They sound similar, but they're not. I don't know what time you came in, but that was towards the end. Like I just finished the thing when you popped up. We showed about the etymology and how Jabari was trying to use etymology that actually had no attachment to each other. It was just words that sound the same, like sound identical or sound like they go together, but they don't. And that's what most of this Afrocentric stuff is based on. Is based on information that sound good. Like I used the example at the beginning of the show. You can have a big old 600-pound ass woman, right? And you can convince her that she's the baddest bitch in the town, right? You told her, yo, big lips and your fine skin and all this shit, and she feel good about herself. Oh, I like that big booty and all that stuff, right? But actuality, the rest of the town looking at her like, yo, she wildin', like that shit ain't cute. Know what I'm saying? So, but you done hyped her up to think this. You made her feel good about herself. It's not healthy, but for the time being, you made her feel good about herself. But in actuality, she's obese and shit. Her ass might die from the way that she living. You know what I'm saying? But we hyped up, made her feel good. And that's what the Afrocentrics do. They make you feel good. Just like they blame the Christian church. They say the same thing about the Christian church. Oh, they just speaking on these smooth things and stuff. They're making you feel good. But in actuality, like, you know what I'm saying? It's crazy, Hebrew. But
what words? Okay, so there's two things, right? I think that there's two positions or two contending arguments. One is the belief system. Now, I believe that anybody should be able to believe what they want.
Thank you.
I'm not going to say that Christianity is like something that no one should study, right? Because we all have different type of medicines and different approaches, which helps us with certain elements, whether it's a mental or physical thing, right? Or social. So everything will work for everybody. There's not one fit all.
Right.
And although, like, as far as in Christianity, I mean, you can point out things that, somebody may use Christianity to the detriment of Black people at a certain period of time, and some people may have got out of it or whatever. But
I rock with you all day because you think like that. You never came across a person be like, "Oh man, fuck that shit." This shit came first and all that. Like, you know what I mean? You always been on a level. Like, you a real dude. That's why I rock with you.
Right.
I told you a little bit today. I made you pop up.
Yeah.
Like, you know what I'm saying?
But like I said, I try to be level, and for me, I try. People say, like, I try to practice meaning, like, I try to be balanced, because if I say the things that Christianity has done that was detrimental because someone used it in a certain way, then I would also have to say the things that it did to help build the same people that it afflicted. So,
okay,
you know what I'm saying? So I mean, I know a lot of Christians that's doing well for the community and doing well. I know a lot of Christians, just like I know a lot of, what they call them, hoteps or Muslims or whoever, right? There's a spectrum of people, because it just depends on what you do with it.
That's true.
Right.
And I said that on the show. I said, I don't care what nobody want to follow.
Yeah.
But as soon as you start to say that this shit is bad because my shit came first, or blame it on what somebody else did, like they can say, slavery and stuff like that. The Bible ain't talking about slavery like these motherfuckers snatched up slaves from Africa and brought them in. And I did a great video on that where I showed the mindset and where these people kind of not originated, but what was going on at that time to put that in somebody's head that it's all right to go purchase these people and bring them over in this country, beat the shit out of them, and do whatever they want, or do whatever they feel like doing. It was a people that was poor, and then you had the Bible being brung out to the public. Finally, the common man can read the Bible. So just like the internet, you got these people hopping out here, and all of a sudden they biblical scholars, and they know this, they know that. Right? They ain't got no schooling, no credentials on it, but they got this book. So what they reading, whether they can read or not, or read a little bit, they're going to get what their brain allows them to get out of that. And they're going to react to it and do certain things. Just like go pick up a bunch of niggas from Africa and beat the hell out of them. Like, you know what I'm saying? So it's not the book that did that. It's the person that misinterpreted the book. It's the person that decided to take this stuff that's in the book that everybody today know ain't right. And to try to, because, you know, just like the Kemetic people, a lot of the Kemetic people want the world to go back to goddamn ancient Egypt. Just like these crazy Hebrew Israelites want the world to go back to the goddamn Bronze Age and shit and walk around and motherfucking robes
and shit.
Bullshit, yeah. Know what I'm saying? So, like, that's like what I'm getting at. I'm not like putting down it, but I'm just showing like Jabari doesn't have any. He might have like. I'm just gonna say that inside of my own words. I'm not gonna say I'm absolutely correct on it. For what I observe, for what he says and stuff, I call it today. I call it 1990 Wu-Tang knowledge. It's pseudo Afrocentric based stuff made to not be true, but to make you feel good. And it only works when you in that certain community. Because you go outside of that community, you're gonna get laughed at. Just like these scholars, these pseudo amateur, not say pseudo, just amateur scholars. They might write something or whatever. It might sound good, but when they take it to academia and shit to the real scholars that are in that field, your ass getting laughed at. There was a guy Jabari quoted, right? I was watching the video before I did the show. The guy name was Jan Asserman, right? And I didn't listen to see the follow-up with the thing. He poked the quote up. I like, because I've asked Chris, like, yo, what's your source on this? And the sources he present to me, I'm like, this dude ain't had no authority to talk on this, for one. And then you look into his education, and you come to the conclusion, like, this guy really wasn't, he's not trying to discredit Christianity. Just like they said with E. Wallace Budge, or what's that guy name? Or there was another dude that just like him. Before any Sonnetter was even in existence on the internet, I was studying that stuff. And my conclusion I came to, this is before the Hebrew Israelites, right? I'm like, this dude's solidifying Christianity. He's not doing this to discredit Christianity. He's doing this to show that Christianity is a real religion. And guess what? All these people that talk about all this Egypt stuff, the white ones and the black ones, when you see them go down in that hole, the 6 feet in that ground, they're going down with Jesus. Or Islam or whatever they was born to be. Mm-hmm. Dr. Ben went down with Jesus. Prince Aziel ben Israel, the old con artist, no good crook that had died, right? His funeral was in the Christian church. And they supposed to be Old Testament only. His funeral was in the Christian church. So my question is, did they really believe what they was practicing? Or their family just decided to do what they wanted to do with their body, because most of the time your family know better than you when you get into stuff like that. And it also shows that the community, right, that he supposedly belonged to, right, didn't care nothing about you when you die because you're dead. And that's one thing I learned in the Hebrew Israelites. They taught you first month. When you die, you dead. When you die, you ain't worth nothing. You like a hamburger. And that you can just get thrown in the dumpster. That's what I was taught. So what it did was desensitized me to death. So when a parent died, and they tell you, the scripture tell you to let the dead bury the dead, right? Mm-hmm. Now, they logic to it and tell you ain't gotta go to don't go to no damn funeral. You're gonna be unclean. So if your parents die and shit, you ain't gotta go to the funeral. And you get that money, right? You gonna get that inheritance money, you gonna get that insurance money, and guess who you're giving it to? You're giving it to the goddamn cult. Now, I just showed another funeral with one of the highest ranking Hebrew Israelites, I would say, in existence, that ever walked this earth, one of the hardest, realest Hebrew Israelites, goes by the name of Ben Lawyer. Ben Lawyer died, and ain't nobody had no damn money to bury this man. All the tights that was collected and all this stuff, they put this man in a damn prisoner coffin. Like when you get electrocuted, that little gray, little thin little wooden box they put you in, he was in one of those, and it looked like they was burying him next to Jimmy Hoffa. I ain't never seen a funeral in my life look like that, where they had the excavator dug the hole, didn't even make the hole square. When you die, you go in a square hole. It is perfectly rectangle. This thing, they do the grave, they strap the damn coffin up to the excavator and lowered them down up in there. The coffin was cockeyed up in the hole. Hey, Rue. That man right now leaning on one side of his neck in that hole. And we laugh about it, but it's crazy. It's real. I showed that video like 3 times to try to put it through the people's head what these cult leaders would do to you. When one of them people in Jabari cult die, are they going to have a goddamn committed funeral?
When who died?
I said when say, for example, the people that's in Jabari cult, I know you don't want me to call it a cult, but I'm going to call it a cult because we just killing me.
It's your show. It's your show. Go ahead. I'm good.
Yeah. So when one of their members die, is there a funeral that they're going to put on for that person?
Well, you know what? I don't know what the financial situation is with Jabari's shrine and the members in there, but I do know that a lot of our elders in a lot of the communities, back when Dr. Ben and Dr. Clark and Sheikh Anta Diop and John G. James, they were poor. I mean, a lot of these guys were they were professors or honorary doctors and historians and living out of like Harlem or New York or somewhere down that area, and they were poor. They, Dr. Clark, Dr. Ben, I know for sure, like Dr. Ben, there was a like it is today, there was a gathering, a collection to bury them, and Dr. Ben, although he said he was a Jew, he says it in his debate, he said he was a Jew, and
that's actually proven. His dad was a Falasha, his mother was Puerto Rican,
right? He said the Jim called him Falasha, yep. Right? And his stance was that there was never a Jesus and there was never these people, but he still called himself Jew. So he was still.
Where was his funeral?
He was,
Where was his funeral?
His funeral was, I think, was in a church,
an Abyssinian Baptist church.
Yeah. But a dead man has no say where his funeral is.
Right. That's how you right about that. But there is no institution, or no, if that's the right word, I'll put it right. There's no, every church, you a member of any church, Christian church, I'll say, and you die, they're gonna do I don't know the proper word to say for it. Well, the burial rites. Now, the people might not have enough money, but that church will put.
Well, I don't know about that, because there's some churches where if you ain't putting enough tithes, then they won't even bury you there. You can't even have the funeral there. I mean, I know I've heard of stories like that, but a dead man, like I said, a person that's growing up in poverty, or as you get older and you're still in poverty, you don't have the money, then your friends, whoever they may be, will end up taking care of the arrangements to send you off, whether they're Christian, Muslim, Kemetic, Moor, whatever they may be. The community will send you out. It just so happens to be that one of the biggest organization in the Black community is the Christian church. So the majority of people in our community are still Christians or Hebrew. So no matter where you are, if you're family members or somebody that is left remaining, will probably bury you in a Christian church. But I would like to say this about Jabari, while our brother is he'll come back on, is that, you know, one thing about Jabari is, you know, people can say what they would like about Jabari, but you know, when you say Jabari says things to make you feel good, Jabari is well read, he's well studied, and he shows a lot of sources and primary evidence. That's one thing that you know, if you're being honest, you don't have to agree with the sources, but he does bring them.
Hey Roo, like, fuck that shit. It's the Hey Roo show now, nigga.
Oh, I saw you going. You know, I gotta keep it going while you're going. But I was saying, going back on Jabari though, like, you might have heard me say is that when you're growing, if you, as you get older and you get into poverty, right? There was no like savings, or, you know, maybe the pension or something wasn't big enough. The majority of the people in the community were Christians. And the biggest organization or sustainable organization that's in our communities to this day is still the Black church.
You got that right.
So it only makes sense that if you don't have any resources and people get together, they're going to, you know, send you off in that church, because that's the community gathering.
Now, how does that look to somebody that has dedicated their life to taking people away from that institution?
Well, I will say this. I've said that the one thing that I do admire about the Hebrew Israelites as a community is their structure. And that's one thing that I said, and I've talked to Jabari, I've talked to Chris, I've talked to other people that's in the Kemetic community or in the African community, is that if you want African spirituality or the Kemetic spirituality to become serious in talk, you have to form a institution or a structure in which the people of that community can come and can congregate, as well as have some type of economic or political type of unity and organization.
Absolutely.
There isn't. There isn't.
You know what the problem with that is, though?
What's that?
The people that are leading these so-called institutions in the works, the people are leading that don't want to do that. Why? Because they're going to have to be legit. And it's going to stop. It's going to stop a lot of their hustle. When I'm saying hustle, whatever they're doing, that keeping them doing what they're doing right now. Because I can tell you, most of these people that's doing this, they're not doing it for the culture. Like I said the other day, Arya, who is like a pillar of the Hebrew Israelite community. There would be no modern day Hebrew Israelites without Arya. Tahar from GMS. Who else? I believe it was Masha too. They say Masha was King David reincarnated. And guess what? How many people done saw them in the damn toy store during Christmas with a carriage full of toys and gift wrapping paper? But telling you that the Most High gonna kill you if you go out there and celebrate Christmas. But they getting caught. Now, the Most High gonna kill you now if you go buy some toys for Christmas, right? Now, that means you're not going to be in the toy store during the holidays. So now, Arya could go to the toy store during the holidays because they know they're not going to see none of y'all niggas there. And it's been many times. Tahar got caught at a damn New Year's party. They got the picture with him sitting there with the Happy New Year, with the table, with the wine on the table, and all the stuff with the goddamn party flavors and everything. But they'll tell you God gonna kill you if you do this. Just like Sinetter. You think Sinetter don't celebrate no goddamn Christmas? Shit.
You know, I don't know. I don't know if Sinetter do, but you know, and I'll tell you this, like, you know, once I got into the Kemetic spirituality, you know, I didn't celebrate Christmas, you know, and then my wife, you know, growing up, she was a Christian as well, and I was a Christian. She didn't celebrate it. But as we had kids, when we had kids and we started not to celebrate it, it became more of an agreement that, you know, the experience of Christmas, a child doesn't understand what Christmas is as far as in the religious value of Christmas or representation. They have no idea. But what they do realize is that their friends said that they had Christmas and they had toys and they enjoyed it and they played.
Yep.
I had Christmas, and you know, for me being poor, I didn't have really great Christmases at all. There was, I can count them probably with 2 or 3 fingers. But I saw the experience on other kids' faces when they had Christmases, and I know what it was like growing up as a Catholic not to be able to have it. So we decided that we would participate without the religious meanings or just the event of participating in it, so our children could experience it with, you know, the family and with other people. So, you know, if you ask my 8-year-old, what about Chris? He know nothing about Jesus. He know nothing about God. If you ask him about God, he'd probably say there is no God. That's what he'd probably tell you because he listens to me a lot. But he don't understand that part, right? But I think one of the biggest thing is the thing between belief and historical accuracy. And you know what I'm saying? So if from like, you know, I don't think that it's wrong for people to be Hebrews, but you know, you also have to understand like where the Bible came from. So one of the things he was talking about is etymology and the contradictions in which they say things came from out of Egypt, or they borrowed, stole, plagiarized from Egypt into the Bible. And then some things from Sumeria and Canaan and Sumeria and Asia, and these things came in. When we follow not even the Bible, we follow the history of the world in that region with the all said parties. So we're talking about the Canaanites, the Egyptians, the Nubians, Sumerians, the Greeks, the Assyrians, the Romans. We know that before the Greeks got there was no Bible, but they'll say there were holy scriptures. Okay, so it's say holy scriptures.
Well, most people understand that religion isn't real, or it's a historical legend, like the Bible. The Bible's mythology, legend, and history. Like you can't. I can't never say that is not. I can never say now. But if I'm a Christian, it don't matter if Jesus wasn't born on December 25th. I believe that he was. And this is what, now I went over that. Like, this guy, he killed that whole December 25th thing all the way across the board with all these religions, right? But like what I said, for the magic to work, as the Haitians call it, the magic, for the magic to work, you have to believe. So, like, I believe in Jesus. And guess what? Jesus is going to be right here by my side. Like, they had the picture when Jesus was carrying you. Those Jesus footprints. Right? Know what I'm saying? I believe that that's going to work for me. It's going to be true for me. Like, we got a physical, right? We can go outside and, get in our car, go running, go pick apples off the tree, right? And you have a spirituality. Everybody has that. I think that's something everybody's naturally born with. Whether your mind makes it up for you, or you're presented with it as a young person, or something like that, right? So that religion, say like this, for example, like they say like, oh, that motherfucker trying to do some damn voodoo on your ass and shit. They say, well, don't believe that shit. It won't do nothing. You gotta believe it. Just like I have an altar here, right? I could have a deity on that altar that look Caucasian. right? Just like people that's dealing with Haitian voodoo, they do a ritual or a spell or something, right? They hang up a picture of a white Christian, pearly white Christian. You know what? This shit gonna work. Now, they not saying, for instance, that picture of that white person they put up is not about the color of the person. It's about what it represents. Well, they put up the idols of the white man, right? Like they're talking about, oh, they was forced to use the Catholic saints and disguise them and shit. Well, guess what? The Catholics ain't out there to kill their asses down. They still using it. And guess what? They shit work. Whether it might not work for you if you don't follow and believe it, but the people that do, it worked. It worked for them. Now, you can make up, just like I said, you make up your own goddamn religion. And you follow it, and if you true to it, it's going to work for you. Just like I said with Chris, he said, I never prayed. So you can never be a witness to it. You go to Sister Cherry and tell her Jesus don't work. She look at you crazy as all hell. Or you go to a Muslim and say Allah don't work for him. Don't make things happen, miracles and all types of stuff. I got many stories I could tell that I choose not to tell online. Where certain religions out, whether it was Rastafarianism or whatever, and I needed something, I needed help at a time, and guess what? That shit came through out of nowhere. Just literally fall out the goddamn sky. Numerous occasions. Even today, I might be dealing with something I really don't know what the fuck I'm doing, but I got faith in what I'm doing. Somebody might instruct me, be like, yo, you're not exactly doing that correctly. But shit, nigga, that shit worked. Know what I'm saying? So when people, like I said, back to like what I said, a lot of these people, when you try to tear down somebody that's been raised Christian, right? Now you trying to convince them that's stupid. That's not real. Or, well, shit, you go to eat and they trying to convince you it's Kemetic, then the Kemetic shit ain't real either. Ra and ISIS and those motherfuckers ain't never walked the goddamn earth. Well, we ain't got no proof they walked the damn earth. Just like we ain't got no proof that Isaiah or whatever they walked the earth. Moses walked the earth. We ain't got no proof of that. But you believe.
Yeah, but there's no, I don't know. Well, there may be somebody. There's always somebody, but I don't know of anybody or even a group of people that say that Ra or Haru or Tefnet or Sabet or any of them ever walked the earth.
Yeah.
I don't know that. And I think the biggest thing that with the contentions come when it's they go off of the value of the stories, whether it's mythology or history, to the realism of it, where it's the only one. So,
like let's say December 25th, right?
Yeah.
Let's say ISIS was born on goddamn, or Horus or whatever was born on December 25th, right? We read about this tonight on the show, and that them motherfuckers wasn't born on no goddamn December 25th either.
Yeah, but
they'll tell you, oh, they stole it from Egypt.
But
Jabari was born on December 25th.
But Jabari
says, they didn't have a December 25th.
But Jabari says that. Jabari talks about Haru's birth, but it was a range of dates. It was like the 21st because of the leap year or winter solar or something like that. It was anywhere. It was anywhere from like the 21st to the 25th.
Well, we read tonight, if I can remember correctly. If any of y'all in the chat still in here remember, it was saying that the Egyptian calendar that those things fell on was like a solar calendar, and those dates were like extra days, almost kind of like a leap year kind of thing or something like that. But it was extra days that wasn't even on their calendar. And those were the days that these deities or whatever was born on. But you can't possibly take, and what he was saying, you couldn't possibly take that calendar and line it up with Jesus being born on the 25th, where he was saying too that Jesus was that's later shit. And that was some like some kind of numerological thing that somebody was just freestyling with and came up with.
Well, here's the thing.
Which is fine in some religions, which is fine.
But here's the thing with that. When we start talking about the birth of Jesus on the 25th, and Jesus' birthday is around the winter solstice, so it falls on certain days. We also have to take into account of who wrote it. There's no Jewish or historical script that talks about Jesus' birthday. There isn't, not one. So we have to realize, where did it come from? Who wrote this? And we know that it came from out of Rome being commissioned, and we know there was Jewish as well as Hellenistic scribes that wrote it for the emperor. And where did they get the information from? Because they didn't get it from Canaan, they didn't get it from Sumeria. They were at least 2,000-3,000 years removed from Sumeria. So where did they get it from?
Now, this guy was saying something a little different, but the thing is, what he's saying, this guy was saying something a little different. I'm finding it now. I'm going back to it now.
Right, but what I'm saying is
another point where I use this guy. He's an authority on this. He actually has a doctorate in this field.
But that doesn't mean that. But that would be an appeal to authority, because even a expert could be wrong. Or
absolutely. Right? What I wanted to say about the guy, Jan
Osterman?
Right.
Yeah.
I went to his Wikipedia right after I saw Jabari put up the thing, right?
Yeah.
It talked about how he said that the Judaism got his stuff in from Egypt, right? Then a couple lines down, he said he retracted that shit. He said his scholars, his peers got on him, and he no longer believes that.
He don't believe what?
That wait. Let me. I got it right here. Let me see how I'm going up there. Still got it on the board. All right. Jan. Right here. Writings on Egyptian and other religions. Asserman suggests that the ancient Egyptian religion had more significant influence on Judaism than it generally acknowledged. He used the term normative inversion to suggest that the same aspects of Judaism were formulated in direct reaction to Egyptian practices in theology. He ascribed the principle of normative inversion to a principle established by Manetho, who was used by the Maimonides, or whatever, however you say that, in his reference to the Sabians. His I did something on the Sabians in an old video I did. I forgot what I was talking about. But this book, The Price of Monotheism, received some criticism for his notion of the Mosaic distinction. He no longer holds this theory, at least not in its original form, specifically the Mosaic aspect.
Right, but that doesn't contradict. That doesn't contradict the indirect reaction to Egyptian practice or theology.
Say that again.
That doesn't contradict his suggest that some of the aspects of Judaism was formulated in the direct reaction to Egyptian practice and theology. With this part right here is just saying he's no longer holds this theory in the aspect original from the Mosaic aspect. So I would say, in order to formulate that a better argument to say that he no longer holds that practice about the direct reaction to Egypt practice and theology, is what is his theory? Because from what I'm hearing, it's just the prince. It says the price of monotheism. What is the theory in there? Because the price of because the price of monotheism may not have anything to do with what he's saying up top. But what my stance would be, even to, like I said, with Richard Carey, my question would be, not in my position, my question would be is if the Romans wrote the book, right, and the people, I wouldn't say wrote the book, but they authorized to write the book. We know there was Coptic Egyptians. We know that they were people, that Hebrews or Jews who were scribes who wrote it, and they put it together, and they were supposed to have been this council and so forth. But the Romans got a lot of their knowledge and their books, their text scripts and stuff like that from the Greeks.
Okay.
And the Greeks got their knowledge from the Egyptians. Now we know the Romans also.
I heard that before. Yes, in a way, I would have, but people like to say that there wouldn't be no Greece without Egypt. Now, not saying it like that, but just saying, because the Afrocentrics will tell you that the Greeks didn't know shit. They ain't know nothing. They had no culture. They had nothing. It's who they met these niggas over there in Egypt. Which I find absolutely false. And I would like to do more videos on that.
Well, I know that.
When you look at it, who's the scholars that were saying this? Of course, yeah, they went to Egypt, they learned stuff, but what the Afrocentrics say is that they stole it.
Well, no, because the Greeks give credit to the Egyptians. I think it was Homer. Homer said that Greek even owe their god to the Egyptians.
Right? Now, does that sound like somebody stole something?
Right? No, not the Greeks. No. But and then the father of medicine, they said that they said Imhotep, they also was credited in Greeks. So no, I
don't they say Homer might not even existed? Like they don't got really.
I heard Plato might not existed. Socrates might not existed. I mean, hell, they even said that fucking Greek emperor Constantine might not have existed. I mean, people say, I don't know, but people say a lot of things.
Now that you bring up Constantine, right? The cross. Now that you bring up Constantine, right?
Yes.
Now, I won't say the Egypt. The Afrocentrics, right?
Yes.
Will tell you that Christianity stole that cross even come from goddamn Egypt, right? That they just took the ark and took the goddamn loop off the ark.
Yeah.
Right? But we find that the cross was used in many cultures that ain't had no relation to the Egyptians.
Which culture? No, here's the thing, right? When you say many cultures, so there may be
I know that's kind of like
I'm saying maybe some other people had forms like the cross, but the thing is that those people would have to have access or exposure to those cultures. So you couldn't say like
that's what I'm trying to say.
Right.
These people didn't have, just like even the time of Christ, right?
Right.
They wasn't doing that shit in Egypt like y'all talking about the shit. Like Jabari would be telling you that, this is the Egyptian stench out. There wasn't, to my knowledge, to what I think. I would say I think, right? That shit was something totally different at that time.
Yeah.
When goddamn Imhotep and all that bullshit was going on.
Yeah.
Right? Now, you look at they say Christianity took this from Egypt, right?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Now, the first symbol of Christianity was a pentagram. There ain't no pentagrams in Egypt. I was looking for it the other day. I can't find no source to associate the pentagram with Egypt in any way. I was looking for a long ass time on the internet the other day. This is a couple weeks ago. Right? Another symbol for Christianity, the fish. You know how they have that fish?
Right.
That was one way how the Christians identified themselves.
Right.
But one put a line in the sand, the other put a line and make the fish. Now, you go to Constantine, the first official Christian cross came from Constantine.
Right.
And that symbol ain't got no relation to Egypt.
Well, I would say this. I would say Smash Rockwell did a video, and he did a video, and it talked about the Romans, and after they shut down the last temple of Egypt, then they said a lot of the pagans and the other group of Christians came in, and they took on the sign of the Ankh. And both of them said, well, this means more to us, so this is ours. And before they had, so Smash did
that means that if you saying that means you said after Constantine died, or after the fall of the Roman Empire.
No, not after the part. It was after. No, I said after the last temple in Egypt was shut down.
Oh, okay.
Right. Then Smasher did this thing, and he was reading from I forgot who he's reading from a source, and it talked about when it ended, how they went into the temples, and there's two groups of people. So we had the pagans and we had the Christians, or a group of Coptics came in, and they was looking around, and they saw the Ankh, the Ankh is one of these, but and he said, they said, well, this means more to us, so this is ours, and how they took it. But
wouldn't that suggest that they already had a similar symbol with a similar meaning?
No, because they
just found this afterwards and decided to adopt it with them, to associate it with them.
Well, no, because you don't see it anywhere else before then. Like you said, if they had the pentagram, right, and if they had the fish, there was no cross. And as far as in the exposure and the opportunity would only have been in some type of Hellenistic or Egyptian temple where they saw it. And
when was the last temple taken down?
The last temple I think was taken down. Oh, I have to look it up, but I'm just gonna go with I'm probably wrong.
I'm just curious.
I would probably say the last temple was shut down probably in it had to be during Cleopatra days with Mark Antony. So it had to be in maybe first, second century, maybe. That's what I would say. Because we know that Cleopatra was queen of Egypt at a time, and let's see, I can actually get that because that's easy to look up.
I wanted to see, was Constantine around at the time for that last?
No, because Constantine wouldn't have been around, because Constantine. Okay, so Constantine. Let me see, emperor.
Constantine was 306 to 337.
Right. So he wouldn't have been he wouldn't have been around at that time when that happened. When the last temple closed. But we have a faith or a group of people, because Christ or Christos wasn't anything new. People were called Christ or Christos it was a Greek word, because I guess the Hebrews or the Israelites would have used Messiah or Messiah. They wouldn't have used Christ. So when the temple closed down, like I said, Smash Head, when they got that actual symbol from them, and then it talked about how the cross meant life, and is direct correlation with the Ankh and so forth. And I should have saved it, but it was a good video. It was a good video they did.
Yeah, I like to see it.
Smash does really good work, because if it's wrong, he'll say it's wrong, or he'll say, "Am I stretching here?" Or, you know what I'm saying? If he can't exactly prove it, he'll say it.
Yeah, I'm looking at it right now. The last temple, Egyptian temple, closed in 550 AD.
Okay.
And Constantine died in.
Yeah.
Yeah, so Constantine died.
337. Right, because
Constantine died in 337.
Right, because he had to be there for the council meeting.
Right, so that would take the aunt. That just like I said, I said for them to say if we taking this because this is for us, that means they actually had to have that symbol before they went into the temple and actually saw that to say that this is for us. I'm reading something here. It says the Latin historian, the Lactantius, a Latin historian in North African origins, saved from poverty by the Emperor Constantine, who made him tutor of his son Crispus. Constantine had dreamt of being ordered to put a heavenly divine symbol on the shields of his soldiers. The description of the actual symbol chosen by Emperor Constantine the next morning, as reported by Lactantius, is not very clear. It clearly resembles the Taw-Ro, or the starogram, a similar Christian symbol. That very day, Constantine army fought the forces of Maxentius and won the battle of Milvian.
Right, but that's the story of Constantine fighting, I think, the other Roman Empire to unify Rome, and he did it under the cross.
Now, it says it's called the Chi-Rho. The Chi-Rho. That's the name of that cross, that first Christian cross symbol, however you would put. Wait, I'll put it up on the screen. Oh, do I already have it on the screen? Wait, no, that's not. No, it's not. Hold on. Because I looked at this just before the show. There you go. Chi-Rho. That's the symbol right there. It looks like a P with an X through it.
Yeah, you see that in Roman Catholic churches all the time.
Yep. Now, I looked at these things, the starogram, right? Now, should have to close that up. The Taw-Ro. Now, that I didn't get it. Wait, did I? I took that and tried to look at the origin of these crosses, basically without going through all this shit. That none of these things had Egyptian influence. Like they talk about the Taw. Actually, the old video when I was going at Judah Nasty and shit, I mentioned this. I was off on that. I was looking at some occult, like I forgot what you would call them, but I was off on that. I was off on it. But there's what I lost track of what the fuck I was going to say. And the Taw is this looks like the letter T, and it was used in some like occult like type stuff. But I was going somewhere else.
What do you mean, like a cross, but it has a long.
No, it looks like straight up like a letter T.
But it doesn't have a little top on the
Nah, there's no top on it.
Right. So if you look at like let me see, Christian.
Now that's the star. The starogram has looks like the Christian cross with a P on the top.
Right.
It says so the Greek letters Taw and Ro.
Right.
The symbol is a pre-Christian origin. It found on copper coins minted by Herod the First, 37 BC. Interpreted as tree ligature representing the trite holocron, indicating the coin value. Abbreviation for staros. Staros was first used to abbreviate staros, the Greek word for cross, in very early New Testament manuscripts, such as they got a bunch of crazy stuff on it. Most like Nomen Sacrum, and may visually have represented Jesus on the cross. I wanted to ask you this too, but I didn't want to stop you when you was talking. You said that you grew up Catholic?
Roman Catholic, yeah.
Like I made a statement that most African Americans in the United States, don't usually aren't Catholic unless they come from outside of the United States. So, do you have any like thing like maybe from Jamaica or?
No. My grandmother's from Arkansas.
Wow,
But
that's deep.
yeah,
I
but,
was telling me my boy, this white dude I chilled with, and he was like, I was like, he said, well, the Catholic Church like the regular Christian. I was like, the hell it ain't, not like no black Christian church.
no,
He said, it's the same shit. He said, you believe in Jesus, right? I said, yeah. He said, you believe that he died on the cross, right? He said, the same shit. I was like, no, most like blacks from the South used to come from the South, and like I never even really heard any Catholics, black Catholics, unless they came from other countries, like say Jamaica or Haiti or like somewhere in South America or something like that. I never actually knew anybody that was, or black people in general that originally from, like, you know what I'm saying, from America, that like from North America or the United States, being Catholic. So that I was interested in.
Yeah, went to school, did Holy Communion, Holy Confession. I went through the whole rituals.
Now Catholic school, yeah. So I got a whole bunch of cousins that went to Catholic school.
Yeah. But and what they're saying is that this cross, the one that they have where you see the P and you got the two X's, they're not talking about that cross. I don't believe they're talking about that cross.
I think they're talking about the one I'm about to show now.
Yeah, they're talking about the cross that's on the medieval shields of the the knights and shit like that. That's the cross. Which
you talking about like the iron, like how they got the iron cross?
Yeah, like the cross as it is today. You know what I'm saying? I think that's what they're talking about as far as in how they took that from, because Constantine had that shield, but that was the formulation of Christian, because Christianity, as far as in an institution, a Roman institution, the first with the Church of Hagia Sophia didn't start until after 451. And that's when you have that cross in there.
Oh, what up, Josh? You hop on up in here. This is a good show tonight. Hey, Rue was hiding under the bed and shit to the end of the show.
Oh, shit.
Well, this is the other one, the starogram.
Yeah, but I'm gonna tell you this, and I didn't talk to a couple people. I even took a position where I will say that the Bible, the Holy Bible, the Novum Instrumentum, is not written for Hebrew, I'll say black people. I would say that it was not intended for them.
What was it? The what? What you called it?
The Novum Instrumentum, the Bible, the New Testament as it was written. I will say that it was not written or intended for them. Although the empire used it, everybody that was a Roman citizen was under that religion. I'm gonna say that it wasn't for them. It was for the Greco-Romans, the Greek, and the Greeks and the Romans.
So
the Gentiles.
But Christianity states exclusively in the New Testament that the faith now even can be backed up in the Old Testament, when we talk about the New Testament here, that they all people of the world could be saved.
Well, I understand that. I understand what it said, but
as a whole, because like you know what I'm saying, go out to all nations. It even says go out to the what do they call them? I want to say the barbarians. What do they call them, Josh? You remember? Barbarian was. It might have been barbarian.
Right, but they said go out to the right. So let's take the story from after when Jesus was crucified, right? Mm-hmm. And all the disciples fled and they hid. If for a period of time they were shallow, they were in houses, according to the narrative, they were in houses and they were pretty quiet, and that's where they met. When they were meeting, they were teaching Torah. They were teaching maybe a version of Torah.
But what about the Ethiopian eunuch?
Right? Huh?
What about the Ethiopian eunuch?
Wait, hold on. Wait, I'm talking. Well, I'm strictly talking about the time after Jesus died. So if Jesus died in 32 AD or 33 AD, and we'll say 33 AD to 35 AD, right? When the Jews was running around, Peter, Paul, Luke, Mark, all of them, not Paul yet, but Peter, Luke, John, Matthew, all of them, they were running around, they were teaching Torah. They didn't know anything else, they were teaching Torah. Right? I don't know about Mishnah or nothing, but I know that they were teaching Torah. Then we got Paul that comes in, and Paul comes in with a paradigm after he says he saw Jesus in a vision of blinding light.
Well,
when they
was teaching what they learned from Christ.
Right. What Christ taught Torah. He taught maybe a newer version of Torah.
Yeah.
But he taught Torah because it's the only thing he knew. He didn't know anything. He wasn't. There's nothing that says he didn't teach anything else but Torah. Because they still called him rabbi, right?
Mm-hmm.
Right. So he was a rabbi. He taught Torah. That was still the foundation of the Hebrews, which was Torah. So when he died, and Mark and all of them was running around, they were huddling up in houses and stuff like that. They were still preaching the Torah and the new gospel, still looking for the coming of Christ or Jesus to come again. Because when Jesus came back, at first they thought he was Elijah, and he asked him, "Well, who do you think I am?" But when Paul comes in, you get a total paradigm shift of going outside of the Jewish community or the Hebrew community to Israelites, or not to Israelites, to pagans or Gentiles, sorry, to the Gentiles, the Greeks, Romans, or whoever. The Greeks mainly, I guess, was the Greeks, the Romans, whoever. When Paul comes in and he starts talking about, hey, I want to bring this out outside the community, they shut him down.
But Christ went to the woman at the well.
What was she?
She was a Syrian Phoenician. And she even said out her own mouth to say, yo, y'all don't even fuck with us. Like, why you even telling this shit? I heard about you, nigga, but y'all don't even fuck with us. And then she went and got her people, and her people came back there and was listening to, that was in the Gospel of John. They came and they listened to what Christ was saying. And then when you got later, Paul never even seen Christ.
Well, he said
he saw all light.
Right.
Christ, which is Christ/God.
Right. But so even with
bring up on the Ethiopian eunuch.
But listen, even with the people, even with the Ethiopian eunuch and the woman in the well, so they were there and they listened to him, right? Because they saw him, so they listened to him and he spoke to them, right?
And then what?
Right. But
what I said before, I was talking about before, what did they do?
What?
They believed. That was the main thing.
Well, I'm not talking. According to the story, yes, but what I'm saying is this: when he talked to her, he talked to a multitude. So if he talked to a multitude of 5,000, we can't assume that their whole 5,000 was Hebrews, right? We can't assume that the 5,000 of men were all Hebrew men, and then if there were women and children there, that they were also all Hebrew. We can't assume.
Actually, the woman, she was from a people that was, or was that the lady that asked to eat the crumbs that fall for the master's table? One of the two. I could be mixing them up. But one of them is from a nation of people that back in the Old Testament, they had took the Israelites captive, took their priests captive, and made their priests teach their people. And it was a bunch of nations. Like a bunch of tribes or nations, whatever you want to call them, of Africans. And they started to adopt the Hebrew customs and to the way that they live. Like, you know what I'm saying? That was actually in my first video. I mean, we moving back some, but we can go all the way back to Lot. When Abraham went to go save, I think it was Lot or somebody here, somebody in the family, because I don't know scripture like the quote.
where the girl was supposed to have been raped. She was with her husband. They told them to, if they wanted to be part of them, they had to be circumcised, and then they killed them. So I mean, we have those stories, but what I'm saying is that even when Jesus was talking to the multitude, right? What I'm saying is he still preached out of Torah, regardless whether he had a new saying where he says, you know, the Father is within me and you see me and this and all these other things. He still taught Torah. Even in the other stories of Jesus, says that when he was young, he says that he knew scripture better than everybody else. And he taught. What did he teach when he was young? He taught Torah. What did he teach after John Baptist blessed him or baptized him, right? And he received the Spirit. What was he out there teaching? He was teaching a different paradigm of Torah. But he said himself, I didn't come to get rid of the law. The law, which is Torah. I came to fulfill it, which means he was still teaching Torah. So I was say this. So after Paul came and he started putting Gentiles in, Peter and all of them were against it.
He came to show the people that base foundation of the Torah was no longer needed, or not no longer needed, but was actually they was, how can I put it, not misusing it or because the Pharisees and all the priests and stuff, they was all by the goddamn book. You know what I mean? They was on a literal thing. Look, it says right here, right? But then you see David on the Sabbath out there picking corn and eating the shoe bread that only supposed to be for the priests. And ain't nobody said shit to him. So that was Christ that was out in the field getting the corn.
Right. But
eating corn with the people on the Sabbath.
Yes, right. But what we're talking about
against Torah.
But what we're talking about is after Christ died, they were still doing Torah. Right? There was no Bible. There was no need for another scripture. Jesus never said to write it.
It wasn't following Torah like the majority of the people that was under.
They were there. Once there's no in the Bible that it didn't say that he was not studying Torah, because in order to be a Hebrew, first of all, you had to come from a certain lineage, and you had to follow the laws, and the laws was in Torah. So there's no way that you could be a Hebrew with no bloodline and without a law.
The people that was running the temple at that time weren't Hebrews.
Well, who?
They were Edomites.
Well, I'm not talking about the people that was running the temple. I said that you couldn't be a Hebrew unless you're part of the bloodline and you had Torah. That was the only way that you were a Hebrew.
Yeah, but what I'm saying is,
or Israelite. I said Israelite.
That line wasn't of that line.
Who?
They were Herodians. The Herodians weren't Israelites.
They weren't Hebrew.
That's what I'm saying. They weren't Hebrews.
Right. So that's what I'm saying. I'm saying the only way to be that,
but they were following the custom.
To be in the community, right? And then some people got in the community because they said, well, what you have to do, because this one Paul comes, right? Because the first one, like I said, they says, well, you can marry my daughter because they thought they were raped, but you got to get circumcised first. And it says that the men had got drunk and they had got circumcised, and they got drunk and circumcised and they passed out. And later that night, they came and they killed all the men. So when Paul came in and was teaching the gospel, right? And talking about, their culture, the disciples said, no, these are unclean people. We don't want them in here. And then there was a compromise that was trying to come. Well, Paul was saying that that's old. He said, that's old. Paul was saying, wait, hold on. Paul, who never met Jesus, was saying that was old. With initial negotiation. Peter, who is the rock, didn't say that. Peter was saying, no, these people can't be in here with us. These people is not for them. He says, no, that gospel is old. I saw Jesus or Christ, and he told me these things. And so he said, Peter went to the point and says, you know what? Fine. I'm going to carry it out to the Gentiles.
Mm-hmm.
That's what he did. Now, when
For other people.
right, he's right, exactly. He brought it out, right? And when he brought out the new gospel, he brought out a new gospel for the Gentiles. That's what he was bringing up. Because remember, he said they need to be circumcised. And he was like, no, we don't need to be circumcised by the flesh, but by the spirit.
Right.
Right?
Peter
Peter didn't say that. Mark didn't say that. That was Peter. That was Paul saying that stuff.
Uh-huh.
Right? So when he went out and started preaching that the gospel to the Gentiles, that shows you that a new doctrine is coming in. A doctrine is coming in for a specific group of people.
But that was already foretold in the old.
No.
That would happen.
No, because there's still Messianic Hebrews who don't believe in Christianity. So they can't be.
Mm-hmm. And then those same people that was around the time of Christ that wasn't fucking with that shit. But they wasn't no goddamn Israelites in the first place.
The Hebrews that were there after Christ, right? So we'll say after Christ, Peter comes. Peter pushes a new doctrine, right? Then we start talking about Constantine. So let's get to what my point was is the Bible. So at this point of 33 AD, right? There's no Bible. There's no scriptures. There's none of that, right?
Uh-huh. The
Hebrews of that day are studying the oral tradition, and they're studying out of the Talmud, and they studying out of Torah. Mm-hmm. That's what those people are studying out of. They're reading those scriptures, oral tradition. It's not until the Roman Empire, after they win, or after he unifies Rome, that he calls a council over a discrepancy or a argument over the divinity of Christ. And then they write a Bible. They put scripture together. He authorized a group of men, a communal council of so many bishops and whatever, and he writes a Bible that he then takes for them, and he pushes it out to the people, which is a new scripture.
Wait,
right?
I don't know about that shit. Wait, you saying that Constantine wrote the damn Bible?
No. I didn't say he wrote the Bible. I said he commissioned a council where he got the bishops together and where they argued over to define the divinity of Christ, and they took scriptures and they put together the Bible and Torah, and they formulated, and that's when you get the dogmatic Roman Catholic Church Christianity.
I would have to get Sister Cherry for that one. Like, I haven't dug that much into it, but I've listened to Sister Cherry show. A lot of that stuff about that whole council and stuff.
Yeah.
A lot of that shit, like that, what people say about it isn't true. Like, it didn't happen, nothing like that. But I don't know enough about it to speak on it. But Josh made a good point right there. Paul taught Jesus in such a way that explores the second commandment.
Okay. Let's take that. Even with that, it's not what Peter was teaching. It's not what Matthew was teaching. It's not what Luke was teaching before Paul. Even with that, which tells me again, where did he teach that? Where did Paul go to teach that? The exploring the second commandment. Where did he go to teach that at?
He went to Gentiles.
He exactly.
He went all over.
That's my point.
He was the perfect man for that. Because he wasn't like a practicing Israelite or Jew anyway.
But that's my point.
He was down with the Roman Empire. Like, he was working for the Roman Empire, put it like that.
Yeah, but that's my point. That's why I say that the Bible was written for the Gentile. It wasn't necessarily meant.
That's different than what you said in the beginning, hey, Ru.
What'd you say?
I thought you said that it wasn't the Bible, the New Testament wasn't written for Black people.
No, I said that. What I said was that it wasn't written for the Hebrew. It was written for the Gentiles, the Greek and the Romans. That's what I was saying. That it had no intentions for, anybody really outside of that. although people were
You
under
got the story of the Egyptian, of the Ethiopian eunuch.
huh?
You got the story of the Ethiopian eunuch that was sitting there reading scripture where he ran up on him. And by the way, a eunuch is a castrated man.
Yes.
On top of that,
but
he, like all through the Bible with the New Testament, the only requirement was to believe. That was the main requirement.
in what? The New Testament?
Yeah, that was the main. Every time Christ did something for somebody, he said, "Now go out there and believe and don't sin no more." Like you have to believe that I'm the Son of God. That's the bottom line. Was to believe. It wasn't about following. He wasn't telling me because I'm sure most of these people didn't even know the scriptures.
Okay. Right, but what I say is this: did Jesus write a Bible?
No, he didn't write no Bible.
He didn't. Okay, so this is my point. Jesus never wrote a Bible. Peter, Matthew, Luke, John never taught what Paul was teaching the way when he initially taught it. There was a negotiation. We're just talking about biblical narrative. There was a negotiation where they refuted him to the point they were mad. And if you look deep in the story, one of the main
mad like who though? Mad like how the mad at Christ.
They were unaccepting of his teachings of Jesus, or not even Jesus, of bringing Gentiles in to their community.
But Christ was already doing that. Christ was already doing that when they was around. That's what I was talking about. The Syrophoenician. She wasn't no Israelite. That woman that came to her and asked to eat the crumbs to the master's table. She wasn't doing that. And he still told her, now go and believe.
Well, Jesus sent her off just like he shunned the woman that touched his gown.
No, but what did he do?
He says,
what did he do when he touched the gown?
He touched me. Why? He says, why should I cast my pearls to swine?
Now that's the Hebrew Israelite, Wham Bam Shluzi.
No. It's in the book. You can't have you got to take it all.
It showed a woman with faith, and she still believed afterwards.
Right. Okay, but even with that, what I said is no matter whether you were at the Hebrew at this time, right? The Hebrews, according to biblical narrative, always taught that their God was the one and only God. They told everybody. Didn't matter. Right? What I'm saying is they told them that out of Torah. They didn't teach them that out of anything other than Torah, where they tell them, mine's the only God that you'll have. Your God is false gods. In the book, it even talked when they said that with their expulsion or their out of Egypt, they talked about that there were many gods in Egypt, but they said that they had the one supreme God. Right? And so, but even out of that, when they got out of Egypt and Moses went to the mountain, they came down when he wrote the 5 books. Even the mixed multitude that came with them that wasn't Hebrews at the first, they were Egyptians, right? He taught Torah, which was the 5 books. So what I'm saying is that when Paul comes in and when the Romans come in and they write something outside of Torah, right? It was to include.
I'll put down here the link in the chat.
It was to include them to a link to the Hebrew people. Because without that link to include them, that's why they made it specific. Without that link, they had no connections to what they call Christ, or they had no link to the Hebrew people. They couldn't write a book that didn't connect them to Torah. So what I'm saying is, when they wrote that book, when they wrote that Bible, I know that a lot of people read it, like the eunuch. They read the Bible and they did all this stuff. I'm talking about the commission and the intent. Shows that it was not for anyone else. For his intent, it was for basically, I think, it was for their political use. Because even after Constantine won and said that, hey, you know what, we're going to unify as a Christian nation, he wasn't even Christian. A lot of the Roman empires weren't even Christian, but they used that book. I'm saying that the Hebrews already had a book, they already had a doctrine. They already had a law. There's nowhere in the Old Testament where besides Torah is the foundation. They say in the book, it says that a new coming is coming. A Messiah is coming.
Here goes the story right here. In John 4. Now Jesus learned that the Pharisees had heard that he was gaining and baptizing his disciples. So he left Judea and went back. Let me go down to that. I said, when the Samaritan woman came to draw water, Jesus said to her, "Will you give me a drink?" His disciples had gone into the town to buy food. The Samaritan woman said to him, You are a Jew. I am a Samaritan woman. How can you ask me for a drink? For Jews do not associate with Samaritans. Now the Samaritans are those people that were trying to adopt the Jewish laws and stuff back in the Old Testament, right? These are not Israelites. Jesus answered her, if you knew the gift of God and who it is that asks you for drink, you have asked him and he would have given you living water. Sir, the woman said, you have nothing to draw with and the well is deep. Where can you get this living water? You are greater than our father. Are you greater than our father Jacob, who gave us the well and drank from it himself, and as did also his sons and his livestock? Jesus answered, everyone who drinks this water will be thirsty again, but whoever drinks the water I give them will never thirst. Indeed, the water I will give them, the water I give them will become in them a spring of water welling up to eternal life. So he said, whoever drinks that water. The woman said to him, sir, give me this water so that I won't get thirsty and have to keep coming here to draw water. He told her, go call your husband and come back. She said, I have no husband, she replied. Jesus said to her, you are right when you said you have no husband. The fact is, you have had 5 husbands, and the man you now have is not your husband. What you have just said is quite true. Sir, the woman said, I can see that you are a prophet. Our ancestors worshiped on this mountain, but you Jews claim that the place where we must worship is Jerusalem. Woman, Jesus replied, believe me, a time will come when you will worship the Father neither on this mountain nor in Jerusalem. See that? You Samaritans worship what you do not know. We worship what we know, for salvation is from the Jews. Salvation is from the Jews. Yet a time is coming and has now come when the true worshipers will worship the Father in the spirit and in truth. For there are the kind of worshipers the Father seeks. God is spirit, and his worshipers must worship in spirit and truth. The woman said, I know that Messiah is coming. When he comes, he will explain everything to us. Then Jesus declared, I, the one speaking to you, I am he. So the Hebrew Israelites will tell you that, oh, he got rid of this old bitch, right? But when you really read it, he's not saying that. He's letting you know that, yo, everybody's going to be down. Long as you believe, you can be down. He like, fuck all that other shit. Like, you can be down. Like, you listening to me.
But
if you rocking with me, you do what I tell you, you following me, you good.
But here's the issue with this, right? You're still reading out of New Testament, right? The New Testament, right? The New Testament was written by Romans, commissioned by Romans. It was commissioned by them. This is an inclusive book for the Gentile, to the Roman, to the Hebrew. It's an inclusive book.
Okay, all right, I can rock with you on that. The New Testament was really written to bring the Gentiles under Christ. Now, these Gentiles could be said, like the Hebrew Israelites would say, Gentiles somewhere in the Bible, some parts of the Bible it says Gentiles, is talking about the Hellenized Jews, the Jews that were living Roman customs now. They no longer follow Hebrew customs and culture and stuff. They're Romanized. Just like Black Americans now are in America, we on this Western whole thing. We ain't over there in Africa doing no African stuff. We no longer doing that. Right? But then in some cases, that Gentile is talking about the rest of the people in the world.
But here's the thing, though. This is what I told somebody because I had this conversation with someone else, right? I'm going to put the New Testament and I'm going to compare it to, as far as intent, to the Constitution of the United States when it was written. The Constitution of the United States was written with a certain purpose that was not inclusive to all the people that was in the 13 colonies at that time.
I would love to see that.
But yet, all the people were under the Constitution. So what I'm saying is that when it says we the people,
you elaborate a little bit more on that.
Huh? Yeah. Okay. So in the Constitution, when you start with the preamble, and start talking about we the people of the United States, in order to perform a more perfect union, to establish quality and pursuit of happiness, all right. They were not talking about Native Americans. They were not talking about blacks at the time. After the Constitution was written, the intent of it was for these white aristocrat landowners. It was written for them to maintain and control power. But yet, everyone that was in there, whether you were a freeman that was black, or you were a black slave, or you were even a woman, you were still under that same Constitution. But the intent was for them. It wasn't for everyone else. It was for them to use, to be, and that's why I'm saying that the Bible had the similar intent, where it was written for Romans and Gentiles to connect to the people to use, because the people had already had Torah. The majority of Hebrews at that time was doing Torah, because you got to remember, Christianity was a small sect. When it was a small sect. And so the rest of the people was using Torah.
I wouldn't necessarily say they was using Torah. I would say
the Jews,
my own thing. So I can't really back this up right now with anything. But I would say the most of the population really didn't. They followed the Torah and tradition and culture. Well, not to say that they sitting there reading Isaiah.
No.
Jeremiah. Half of them probably couldn't even read.
No. I'm not saying that. I'm talking about as in culture. That's what I'm talking about, culture and tradition. Because remember, what I said when I said that it was because most people at this point they wasn't reading like that. So I said that it was even an oral tradition, that they passed the oral tradition down, which was in the synagogues. They passed it down that way. And so my position, my stance is still is that the formalization of the Bible, as far as when Rome did, was an intent for tiles. It was an instrument for them that everybody else would be under, because it connects them.
The Romans did that everywhere they went, though.
Well, I'm just saying that may be true.
That was the Romans thing that made the Roman Empire work so well, because which every good conqueror does. Okay. Alexander did it too. Like every good conqueror will go in the land that they conquer. They're not just gonna be beating up on the people. They're gonna want the people to favor them. Like, listen, like we in power right now, and we're gonna make life a little bit better for you, and stuff. And one of the best ways for them to achieve this, to get the public on the side to side with them, is to make life better for them. Where they would take, like, look, our religion is just like yours, or just like the missionaries when they went into Africa, right? This is a good example. Mm-hmm. When the missionaries went into Central Africa, mm-hmm. they accepted Christianity instantly. Instantly. There wasn't no forcing.
That's
nothing.
not true. That is not true.
Now, that is. History tells you that.
That is not.
No, I've done videos on that.
History does not because look, when you start
they did not go into Africa with no sword. They did not need a sword to get Africans to follow Christianity. Why? Because the customs were very similar.
No, they were pagans. The majority of African spirituality and ancestral worship is paganism. So how was it the same?
No, they used the same symbols. Just the same way how the Haitians took the Catholic saints and synchronized them with the Orishas and the Loas the same way. But they wouldn't. We're not talking about the Orisha, the Yoruba people. I'm talking about the people of the Congo. I forgot the guy's name.
Who was okay? So who was the main entity? Who was the main entity in the Congo?
I forgot. I was trying to think of the guy's name now.
King Leopold.
He adapted Christianity for his people instantly. It said.
We'll say King Leopold. King Leopold's first people.
We're not talking about no white King Leopold was white. I'm talking about the people of the Congo. King Leopold came later.
Hey, there was no black missionaries running in Africa preaching.
I didn't say no black missionary.
Huh?
I didn't say no black. You know how early they was in Central Africa? That was in Central Africa in like the 1400s.
Okay, so what I'm saying is this, right? Who was going into Central Africa Christianizing the natives in the Congo?
The Catholics.
Where from?
From Europe. Where do you think it came from?
Okay, so when they went in there and they start, first of all, there's a language barrier. That was the first thing. There's a language barrier. The second thing is that when they went in there, the first thing was, if I can,
the white man a lot smarter than that. They coming in there with the language.
If I can convert them, but history tells us this, right? Whether it was in Africa, whether it was in Central America or South America, we can even go to the point where even if it was with the Christians or the Europeans, going into,
they did it in South America too.
Right? They went in there and they sent missionaries in there, and the missionaries would try to talk to him about the Lord Jesus and all this other stuff. The chief and the people, now I'm not saying, maybe, I don't know which ones, you have to give me a name. I don't know anyone that just automatically just converted. But after they did that, they sent the military in. The first missionaries that go in there is Columbus. When Columbus went in there and he said that these are superstitious people, and he tried to bring Christianity in and said these are people that we could easily oppress, it will only take us like 100 men to conquer all these.
I'm reading it right now. I got it right in front of me. Right. Let me put the screen up so you can see.
When Columbus said that, Columbus wiped those people out.
We're not talking about Columbus.
I'm just talking about missionaries in general.
See, that's an Afrocentric shit.
From Europe. And the same thing happened with Islam. When they came in there, it was either Muhammad or die.
Not in every case.
Huh?
Not in every case. Wait, I got it right here. Look. It's right here. Hold on.
I want to know what tribe in the Congo.
Nigga, I done did like 3-4 videos on this.
Eric, you can
not even. I know Christian stuff. I mentioned in about 3 or 4 videos that I did on the Congo.
Hey, I saw the thing that you did on the Congo, and I'm telling you that when the sources will tell you. Now, I'm not saying that your source don't. I'm not saying that your source don't tell you that, but what I'm telling you, and if you gotta, if when you look at history,
it was the same. Their religion is the same.
Their religion is not the same.
Are you crazy?
Yes. How are they the same when you got ancestral worship?
Why did the Congo accept Christianity?
Huh?
Conversion to Christianity solidified these important trading relationships. The Congolese nobility swiftly adopted Christianity for several reasons. First, the nature of the centralized government. First is that the nature of the centralized government and the hierarchy structured society facilitated and the dissemination of information. Let me click on the whole thing. 1491. See, this is before Columbus even came to America. King Nzinga converted to Christianity and urged the Congo nobility and peasant classes to follow King Nzinga.
The lady,
Nzinga.
Right.
I guess so.
Right. But it doesn't say before King Nzinga converted, they were battling them.
Hold on.
Yeah, they were fighting.
Yeah, I read this thing from the Met Museum. Nigga,
They were fighting. They were battling the Europeans before they converted, and they couldn't conquer them. So the negotiations or the compromise with it, I would become Christian. So how did they all of a sudden? Wait. So how did all of a sudden they become Christians when they battled them before they became Christians?
What? So you said they who decided to be a Christian?
What I'm saying is that they battled the same people that you said quickly became Christians.
Yeah,
they were battling them. They was in war with them before. King Nzinga had a fight with the Europeans before they became Christians.
Now the Europeans and Christians is two different things. When you was dealing with a lot of this stuff,
what I'm saying is
those missionaries were on the side of these African people in a lot of cases. Believe it or not, they were trying to make life a lot better for these Africans. And there was even like the only way the Christians stepped in was like, yeah, these niggas on some bullshit. If they was doing some straight, what they consider demonic type stuff.
Okay, so question is this: better than what? Life was better than what?
Wait. Say what
did I say? Trying to make life better for them. Better than what?
Yeah, like they were stopping oppression. They were stopping for these European countries from oppressing these people. The way it was doing. Because a lot of times, like I said before, in another video I asked you to watch that I did a while back, about how the Europeans came and with that Indian that the Hebrew Israelites and those Abo people be trying to say, oh, see, he was black. It was called a black warrior. And I was showing the characteristics of the Spaniards that came to North America, that a lot of these people came, they were poor farmers from mountain areas. They weren't normal Spanish citizens. Like, all right, that's like taking some niggas from Alabama somewhere in this deep forest of Alabama, and then you take some blacks from Connecticut. They live in a total different thing. Like I go down there, like when I was a little kid, I go to South Carolina, and I'm like, why these niggas running around ain't got no goddamn shoes on and shit? You know what I'm saying? The Spaniards were too classy to be involved with slaughtering people and doing things of that nature. It wasn't becoming of Spanish, definitely not nobility or your normal, what you would call today, upper class Spaniards. They didn't participate in shit like that. The people that was coming here was like poor people, basically. People that there was the workers, the working class, the lower class people. And they was just getting a hold of the Bible, can't read it probably, and coming up with all this crazy. They wanting to do what they want to do. That's what I explained it in that thing. It's the show I did. You can probably just type in Black Warrior or something, it'll probably come up. But the religion of the Congo people, like you got the what would you call it, that church, that first church, Alexander, Eric Alexander, thanks for coming out. Eric Alexander want to get out here and whip on you, but he might go get Cherry Love to come over here. But where I was going here, where I was going, the religion, the Bakongo people, right? Their religion had a cross. They used the cross in their religion. So when they saw that Christian cross and they was told what it represented, know what it was? They say, yo, this cross and our shit mean the same shit. So this shit ain't half bad. Like, I gotta fuck with y'all niggas. Plus you doing trade and stuff like that. Know what I mean? So it wasn't a hard leap to follow this new religion. It wasn't a hard thing to do. I never read this, but let me read this thing. We can see what it says. Damn, what the hell I did with the damn? There it is. All right. Said King Nzinga converted to Christianity and urged the Congo nobility and peasant classes to follow suit. I actually did a thing on another Congolese woman, right, that took Christianity and ran off with it and tried to make her own cult. To the point where the Christians was like, and then she started getting bugged out and saying, yo, I'm having immaculate conception, right? And she was really like out doing her dirt and got pregnant and tried to say like, yo, this is a virgin birth right here. It's a funny story. It's a true story. Two on top of it. Y'all still with me?
Yeah, I'm still here. Go ahead.
Okay, all right, bet. To a varying degree, the Congo Kingdom remained Christian for the next 200 years. Scholars continue to dispute the authenticity of the Congolese Christian faith. Okay. And the degree in which the adoption of the new faith was motivated by political and economic realities, right? We're all going to learn something now. For the time of the Nzinga's conversion into the 17th century, the Congo leadership engaged in intensive communication with religious and political leaders from Europe, including the Pope and other members of the Vatican, who accepted the Congo Church as Orthodox. The Congo Kingdom was one of the largest in sub-Saharan Africa during the period, spanning from over 115,000 square miles. It had a highly centralized monarchy as well as powerful noble class. The urban nobility sustained its luxurious lifestyle through a heavy tax system levied on the rural peasant class. The bulk products from the provinces include copper, salt, wild animal products, hides and ivory, cloth, and later slaves were traded to the Portuguese. Conversions to Christianity solidified these important trading relationships. Like, you Christian, we Christian. Don't worry about it. Got these slave niggas over here and shit. The Congolese nobility swiftly adopted Christianity for several reasons. The first is that the nature of the centralized government in a hierarchy-structured society facilitated the dissemination of information. The translations of Christian doctrine into a local language, Kikongo, were done such that words like spirit, God, and holy were rendered directly equivalent to existing concepts of Congo cosmology. That's like I said, the cross, like the Christian cross, means life after death, a continual circle of life.
The Christians
That's
don't
the
believe
same
in
thing that the Congolese symbol means.
Christianity. Don't believe in cosmology. They don't believe in anything that has to do with esoteric, because they call it witchcraft. They don't believe in that stuff.
Look here, let me pull this up here. I'll show this after because I did a whole video.
Okay. Let me
Congo cosmology and show that shit in African Christian culture today. It's still alive in African Christian culture today. Many people are good. Christians arguing me about this and couldn't debunk me with it. Congo cosmology. Congo cosmology. Oh shit! Wasn't even typing the goddamn thing. Hold on. The link's in the chat. Anybody want to hop on? Hold on a second here. Congo. I'll say that after I read it. All right, they got that right there. Physical, the same thing you got in Egypt. The same shit. Let me go back to this thing here. The translation of Christian doctrine into the local language. Oh shit, what the hell going on here?
So while you're doing this, I'm just going to read this real quick. So this actually kind of supports what you're saying somewhat. So it says, but then it has some other stuff in here. So the first meeting between the Portuguese explorers and the King Nzinga, a Nukawu of the Kingdom of Congo, was in 1482. 8 years later, King Nzinga would ask for an unknown reason to be baptized, for unknown reason to be baptized, and in the process would change his name to Johu. The Christianism of the Congo would cause many nobles to change their names to Portugal's variations, and it would also entail the adoption of European titles such as duke, counts, and kings. Most of the nobles converted together with the king, all baptized with volunteer and without incident. It is unknown what the popular sentiment towards Catholicism was among the general population at the time. There was surely some disagreement over the king's conversion, and King Ho the first is said to have renounced Christianity in later years. So this is him saying that he converted. Some nobles converted. There were some disagreements about it, and then in his later years he renounced it. And then it says renounced Christianity in later years. Around 1506, Hoahu the first died, which is Nzinga, and was succeeded by his son Alfonso. Like his father, Alfonso adopted Christianity despite this conflicting with his brother desire to retain their traditional faith.
All right, what it said about Alfonso?
There were some ensuing struggles in which Alfonso and Christianity emerged victorious.
Okay, because I did a video about Alfonso, and that's where that lady came in. Her name was like Beatrice or something crazy. I forgot what it was. I gotta go ahead and go back and rewatch a lot of my videos. But it says right here, the translation of Christian doctrine into the local language, Kikongo, were done in such words like spirit, God, holy were rendered directly equivalent to existing concepts in Congo cosmology. Missionary documents from the 17th century claim that they have found a people who believed in a single God, but did not know his name. The zombie, right? That's the god of the Congos now, the zombie, right? Did not know his name. This tolerant version of conversion practice differs dramatically from the often violent Spanish equivalent in the Americas. You see? So this tolerant version of conversion practice. So this like in South America, there was cases because there was like one of those Hispanic Hebrew Israelites was trying to tell me that whatever that South American Mayan or Aztec god name was or whatever. They was trying, even Sakari tried to do this too. Try to say that was Christ. Right? I got a book debunking it basically, but actually showing that the missionaries was actually coming to their aid because they was getting them to come around to their religion because what they was practicing had some similarities, right? So it says, right, a tolerant version of conversion practice differs dramatically from the often violent Spanish equivalent in the Americas, just like when I talked about the Black Warrior and how those Spaniards came there, was doing all types of ratchet stuff, which was based on a principle requiring a change of heart. And when parts of Congo, Christianity was accepted not as a new religion that will replace the old, but rather as a new syncretic cult that was fully compatible with existing structures. Portuguese missionaries wrote Congo dictionaries and grammars and brought many translations of Portuguese religious texts. Thus, through like these people didn't have no written language. Like a lot of these Hebrew Israelites that talk about this whole African Igbo and all that stuff, all that shit bullshit. Because one, if those are Israelites, why they don't have a written language? Until the white man got there 1800s or whatever and wrote them a damn alphabet and some goddamn dictionary and shit and had them writing their language. It was the Europeans that brought the literature. Well, I don't say literature. Maybe I'm saying it wrong. But these people only had an oral language. They wasn't writing nothing down. They didn't have no damn books. The white man got there, learned their language, and said, listen here, now it's going to be a way for us to communicate on paper. The Portuguese marriages wrote Congo dictionaries and grammars and brought many translations of Portuguese religious texts. Thus, though the process of ordination of local literate class of priests developed, Alfonso I, the Congo king who reigned from 1506 to 1543, was not only literate, but also spoke and wrote in Portuguese. And his son, Henry, was sent to Europe to complete his religious training. Alfonso's many articulate letters to the Vatican and to the Portuguese bishops are some of the most important records of pre-colonial Africa and the Congo Christian faith. Now, this is from the Met Museum. This is from the Met Museum. Now, we're gonna go. So you got the citations and all that stuff.
So while you're doing that, I'm gonna read this one.
Okay.
So this is where's this coming from? This is coming from South History. It's coming from South African History Online, and it talks. Okay, and then right here. So it says that it's already read like most nobles were converted, and then it says, okay. It says many historians and social scientists argue that the Catholic Church was never a hegemonic in the Kingdom of the Congo, a Kingdom of Congo, as a Portuguese clergy was reporting. They argue that Christianity was seen by the Congolese as another cult, which existed parallel, and I guess that's kind of what you're saying, existed parallel to a multitude of other cults and religious practices. Some of the practices of Christianity were localized and simulated. So it's saying that some of the practice, so they weren't, there's some of them, until an already existing religious practice and beliefs within the Kingdom of Congo. Thus, there was no full-scale conversion to Catholicism, but rather an adoption of Christian rituals without disturbing the already existing beliefs of the area. The Portuguese missionary and clergy were largely forced to overlook the continuation of local beliefs. As opposed to the Americas, there were a large-scale and complete conversion where the norms and the kingdoms of the Congo was religiously and culturally strong, and the missionaries were allowed to stay only through allowance of the king. This meant that the missionaries were required to tread carefully and much more diplomatically in their treatment of local beliefs. So, let me see. So it says right here, so they adopted part of it, and that's probably what you're going to say, is that it was some of the things that they did it, but they said in here
it wasn't something that was forced.
Huh?
It wasn't something that they thought it was enforced. It was something that the Congolese people saw a benefit to.
Right, wait, but it says that they didn't fully adopt, they only adopted some practices. They didn't go
right, of course. Only some.
They didn't go to a full conversion of Christianity.
But it was tolerated.
Right.
It was tolerated by the Catholic Church.
But
and there's also, like they said, they was a goddamn Congolese. Goddamn, they said this shit was Orthodox. They said they had their own goddamn church.
Right, but this is what you say. You said it was tolerated, but this is what you say. Like it was tolerated by the Congolese, or by the Catholic Church. Tolerated,
right? Meaning tolerated, meaning that it was because there was progress being made without war and without all types of craziness going on.
But then when King Leopold came in, then what happened? Because they weren't full Christian. They weren't full Christian.
Yeah, King Leopold was doing some fuckery.
Right, but he
was doing what the other ones wasn't.
Right, but
King Leopold was like, man, fuck all them goddamn, fuck you missionaries too. Right,
but after King Leopold, you had a conversion like the Americas.
And just like what I just learned the other night too, that you got the in the Palomayambe religion, like you got different lineages and stuff, right? Mm-hmm. And they even talked about how a lot of the Congolese people had Christianity before they even came here on the slave ship. And that helped form a certain lineage of Palomayambe. Some parts of lineage of Palomayambe is strictly Congolese type stuff. And then you got parts of Palomayambe that has bits of Christianity into it. Now, do they say, oh, that's some goddamn white people shit? No. They have it part of it. They saw it useful. And like you see on the screen here, right? You got the cross. Mm-hmm. Now, you see this is damn Egypt.
What?
When you talking about Osiris, right? Dying, the sun going down, and now you in the spiritual world. Like this, like you got see right here, like on the. Let me see if y'all see that on the screen. All right, there on the right there. So you see physical world at the top, spiritual world at the bottom, and you starting from the right. You start from the right, going up. You know what I'm saying? So that black dot there is when you born. You going through puberty, just like how the sun starts there on the even plane, right? They're sitting there on the east. Mm-hmm. That's on the east. And you see the cross there. Mm-hmm. It's going up. It reaches central point, high noon, right? Then it starts to come down. Now it's going to what the Egyptians call Hades, right? Is that the word?
Oh, you said Duat.
Duat, right? Right? Now it's going into the underworld. Just like what they said, what was that? Osiris, right? Mm-hmm. You got to fight. It's with Seth, and they got to get rid of the goddamn apis. What is that? The snake, whatever the hell was something that motherfucker.
Yeah.
Right. You know what I'm saying? So that representing life, dying, and coming back. Just like the sun, after it goes in the underworld, it always come on back. Yeah. That's the same thing with Christ.
Yeah, but where do you get the story from? Where's the earliest story?
Right there in the Congo, motherfucker. That's all over the world.
The early.
You can't say that now. You can't take this and say, "Oh, this shit come from Egypt."
No, but here's what you're saying, right? I'm not talking about the Congolese people, right? Although you would say that the Congolese people, they're like, even in Africa, there's always some type of similarity, whether it's God's bets or it's some form of Igbo thunder god or so forth.
But you go all over the world. You go to Europe and see the same shit,
right? But what I'm saying is that the earliest story that you have, you can't need Congolese because they never wrote nothing down. You can only say oral tradition of where they.
Right. That's what I'm about to say.
Right. You can't.
And this is what Richard Carrier said too.
Right.
Just because the Egyptians got it written down, don't mean it's the first.
But here's the thing, though, right? Richard Carrier used that as a false argument because we're not talking about any type of connection between the Congolese people and the Egyptians as far as a comparative mythology.
Right. We wasn't talking about that. He was talking about how they say that Christianity came from the Egyptians.
Right. That's why I said he uses that argument as a red herring because we're not talking about the Congolese people who we can't say had any connection with any contact, right? But we do know that the people who were considered Hebrews, the people who were called Greeks, the people who were called Romans, all had strong ties, connections with the Egyptians. And we know that with their connections and experience and exposure to the Egyptians, that they have the oldest stories out of those three people. That's what we do.
Written.
You don't hear there is the okay. So when we start talking about the Hebrews, right? You don't get a story about
these niggas wasn't writing here.
Listen, what I'm saying, right?
These niggas wasn't writing.
Listen,
and if they learned it from the Egyptians, they would have been writing it too.
Right, but listen, what I'm saying. You don't get this story
they
about
writing it too.
Right.
If they learned from the Egyptians.
Right, but you don't.
Well, how can you go from a civilization that's writing to one that's not?
Because I'm finna explain it to you.
Just like I tell the Hebrew Israelites,
no,
if they want to claim that these Bantu people and the Igbos is Israelites, well, these people that you mentioned wasn't even making clothes, wasn't even making textiles until 1 AD.
Okay, right.
The sub-Saharan African wasn't making textiles until 1 HD. They were all wearing animal skins until 1 AD. You can look that right up on Wikipedia textiles. It'll tell you that the people in sub-Saharan Africa was not making no goddamn motherfucking fabric.
But
that omits them from being the priests, and because the priests of the Hebrew Israelites had to wear linen clothes. This is clothing that is woven. This is textiles. So if you want to go that route with the whole timeline, chronology, all that stuff, you would see that these people couldn't have been these people because they would be still making textiles.
Well,
also, they had no written language. So how could they have written the Torah and not have any logic, or not logic, but any way to write what their language they speaking now?
Well, here's where your argument is gonna have problems.
Okay.
When we start talking about just this symbol, right? You don't get this symbol until Christ. So you don't get this symbol until after 32 AD minimum. You don't get this story. This story is in on the walls of Egypt 2,000, 3,000 years before. We know that.
For the Asians see the same thing.
Who?
You can see the same shit in Asia.
Where?
All right, I'll just read some the other night.
No. I'm just saying. But see, here's the thing. Even if it is in Asia, let's say it's in Asia.
Does that mean they got it from Egypt?
No. So let me ask you a question. Can you show me where the Hebrews went to Asia?
I ain't saying the motherfuckers went to Asia.
Exactly. So even if it was in Asia, right? Let's say that there was similar stories in Asia and Egypt, right? Yep. And we can even say that these stories are contemporary, and they have no connection to each other.
Right. That's what I'm saying.
Right. What I'm saying is, it still wouldn't disprove that the Hebrews got it from Egypt, because the Hebrews would have had contact, exposure with Egyptian mythology and rituals and folklore and everything. So we know that they would have had it, the Greeks had it, and the Romans had it. And then the story of this comes up. So we can follow it to the source. Now, saying whether Asia had it and similar stories is a totally different argument. And that's why I say that's about the story about the sun and everything.
And I use that as an example. I use
what I'm saying is
another relation to it. I showed the Egyptian shit, how the Egyptians believed in that.
Right.
And then you go, like I said earlier, that this spiritualism, this spirituality is a natural thing. Just like building stuff. There's certain places all right, bows and arrows.
Yeah. You
can't say bows and arrows started in one central place.
No.
These motherfuckers in America, these old Indians that been here a zillion years, the motherfuckers had bows and arrows fighting goddamn animals and shit that wasn't even in existence when anybody else even got here. They got record of these motherfuckers killing big ass mammoths and other shit that don't even exist no more, and got the goddamn arrows still in the bones and all type of shit like that. So we can't say that, in the arrow, a bow and arrow is a bare bow and arrow. You're going to see the same goddamn bow and arrow that's in America, in Africa. You can see that motherfucker in Asia. You can see that motherfucker in Europe. So that's a common thing that the human mind naturally came up with.
No, it's not. There's some things isn't universal knowledge.
That's me talking. I'm not saying that I got a whole.
Right. But I'm saying even with the bow and arrows, right? So when we start talking about the bow and arrows and spears, we start talking about the first time that Homo sapiens started making tools, and then when they spread out, they carried some of that knowledge with them. So even a bow and arrow comes from a center place.
Okay, yeah. You're right.
Right. So when we start talking about these stories, and I'm not the one that says that Egypt made everything, because
and now the whole Hebrew thing, like I said, is mythology, legend, and history.
Right.
So I'm not necessarily saying, the Hebrews is walking around doing all this stuff or whatever. Like, they was making linen clothes and shit. I'm not saying that shit at all. Right. I might even say that none of that shit was in existence. Not in existence, but the story saying that they did all this stuff, like these buildings, like the Temple of Solomon and shit like that.
Yeah,
like they don't got no evidence that shit even existed.
Right.
You know what I mean? Right. Just like even the temple wall now, the Muslims the one told them that shit. They wasn't saying that you didn't know about the damn temple wall until the Muslims brought that to them. And they started following it. You know what I mean? So like it's crazy to say, this shit had to come from there. That's true.
The thing is I think some things came from there. I think that probably I would say I ain't gonna say how much, I ain't gonna put a percentage on it. I would say a lot. I'm not gonna say the majority. I'm gonna say that it's influenced by several cultures.
Right, absolutely.
Egypt happens to be one of them that had a great influence on it. But I won't say that it's an Egyptian text. I won't say that.
But one thing you won't hear from these people, these Kemetic people, is what that was quote unquote stolen that the Egyptians stole.
Well, here's the thing.
You don't hear that.
So, but like,
according to them, they the all and be all of the goddamn universe. That's where the problem comes in. It's a nationalism thing behind it.
Well, the thing
is, we're not even related to those motherfuckers in the first place.
Well, the thing is that the Egyptians, there's no argument that says the Egyptians created something that's supposed to be stolen. So a lot of the things are response arguments based on claims that things were stolen out of Egypt. But
for example, the wheel.
Yeah, but the Egyptians
didn't come originally from Egypt.
But the Egyptians, right? But the
history tells you that the wheel that the Egyptians used came from Mesopotamia.
Right, but the Egyptians never say that they created the wheel. They never say that. They created circles and things like that, but they never say that they created the wheel.
Right. Now, that all comes from a thought. You see, they said they created a circle, right?
It comes from their geometry.
Did somebody make one? Make a physical circle. Yeah. And a motherfucker might knock it off the goddamn table and the shit take off rolling.
Well,
they're like, shit. Oh, shit.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Yeah. And when it started off with a little box.
Right.
In the middle of the wheel, they put stuff in the box and just roll the wheel. But you fucking, whatever you put up in there, you fucking it up. Because the shit is spinning around and shit like a goddamn washing machine. Like, know what I'm saying? So, like, these are natural things. It's like the pyramid, right? There's this guy, he has a PhD in the field, whatever, right? Mm-hmm. And he said the pyramid thing is kind of easy. He said it's a natural thing. He said you pile anything up, it's going to be in the shape of a pyramid. And it's going to be easy to build. It's going to be a lot easier to build than a square house. A pyramid is way easier to build than a square house.
But see, even that has a false premise because saying it's easy to build because it's how they built it. And even if to be easy to say it's easy to build, they still can't figure out how they did it.
I'm talking about like you look at the now. If you got to go to the original, just like y'all like to do.
Yeah.
Go to the original. You got the step pyramid.
Right.
The step pyramid is a simple building.
Yeah, it is. The step pyramid. Yeah, it's just mastabas. It's just mastaba stacked on top of mastaba, stacked on a mastaba. Yeah.
Yeah. So like these things, then people develop on top of it.
Right.
And another thing I like to say about the Kemetic people, right? Oh, we was the first to do it. Does that mean you were the best at it?
No,
like
no, you shouldn't be. If you was the first, you shouldn't be the best at it.
Right. So then the white man came up in Egypt and made shit pop off and made a whole bunch of other shit, adding on to what they was doing. Just like an invention, right?
Yeah.
Like they would say, oh, the black people, we invented everything here in America and shit, like, right?
Yeah.
And they stole it from us.
Mm-hmm.
No, you might have invented something, right?
Right.
But the white man took that and developed more onto it.
Right.
Just like we have today, open source programs. Those are programs that somebody made, and now it's presented to the public, and the public is legally and allowed to add on to it, to add on to the software to make it better. Just like the thing you use for the live streaming. Shit. What's the name of it? What's the shit? The thing you use for the live streaming and shit. Damn. So I took my tongue. I was using that shit before anybody on YouTube.
What was it?
Not before niggas started using OB. God damn.
Oh, you talking about OBS?
OBS. OBS is open source.
Yeah.
So nobody owns OBS.
Mm-hmm.
People develop on it every day.
Mm-hmm.
You can find new plugins. You can find all types of new stuff that people have the source code for it, and they can develop on it.
Oh, that's pretty cool.
Same thing with Kodi. Like the shit people started using to get all the bootleg movies and all that shit. Mm-hmm. It's open source, so nobody owns it. It's for free.
Oh, that's cool.
It's like they got now OpenAI. Have you heard about that? OpenAI is the new Google, and it's like 100 times better than that shit. Check it out. It's called OpenAI. It's open source software. It's artificial intelligence, and say like, oh, I need a script for OBS to make a countdown with a bird flying across. Motherfucker, this for example and shit, right? You just say that shit and OpenAI make that fucking code for you right away. You do anything like you would have write a book that motherfucker do the shit for you.
Well, I'm gonna tell you, I think
as long as it ain't illegal, like it has enough sense not to do anything illegal.
I think a lot of it when they saying that is stolen out of Egypt is because one of who wrote the Bible or commissioned to write the Bible, and the history between the people who or the Europeans and then black people in general is like, you know, there's a lot of discoveries which were said that weren't credited to black people that we found out later that was actually with people who actually invented it. Like, you know, they talk about Thomas Edison where he made the light bulb, where the black dude made it the filament, which illuminated the light bulb. Yeah. And so because of that, you know, I think they're saying more of, I think the attack is more of a European or Eurocentric view of the world and technology and history compared to an attack on we'll say other people that's involved or using the books or so forth. But because
that's the problem.
Because we use it.
Like I put up on the Facebook for this video right here. Mm-hmm. I said fucking Afrocentrism is just as retarded as Eurocentrism. It's just retarded. It's the same thing.
But I think Afrocentrism
so you can't combat Eurocentric shit with Afrocentric shit.
But I think Afrocentrism is an attempt to correct European or Europe.
I'll disagree with that shit.
I think
Like,
that's what it is. Well, I think because the
boy, no, I can't say completely, but it's an attempt to add something, a hint of something like, wait a minute, that can't be exactly right. Right? And then you come with the thing or whatever, you disprove it. I wouldn't call that Afrocentric. Afrocentric is saying, I would say, will be like, we the only motherfuckers that did this shit. We the only people that should have the right to it. And these people that use this idea are no good. They're unworthy of being people because they use our ideas. And they didn't give us no credit on it. Does somebody have to give you credit on it? No. Like if I show you came over here and showed me how to draw a proper nose on a picture of a face, right? Mm-hmm. I don't have to go around and say, oh, Brother Heru showed me that shit. But like if I make a painting, after I sign my name at the bottom of the painting, I say, oh, by the way, Heru showed me how to draw the noses on this motherfucker. I don't have to do that.
No, but if I was a teacher of an artist and I showed you how to draw a certain style of nose, and that's my style, and you didn't copy that style or simulate it, then said, no, I developed that's mine.
Right.
For me, then you should credit me for that. And I think that's a lot of it.
But either the Egyptians or these Greeks said any of this shit. What it was is these people that wanted to write it, they wanted to claim it for these particular people. The Egyptians ain't give a fuck if the Greeks took how they do a geometry or some bullshit or whatever. They ain't give a fuck about that shit.
No.
Oh, give it to his back. They didn't go over to Greek, take a trip to Greece and like, wait a minute. We do our shit like that. Nah, fuck that. We tearing all this shit down, nigga.
No, you're right.
Stole that from us. Like they wasn't living like that.
No, I know. I mean that.
How would the Greeks even be able to come to Egypt and be able to learn? They was in their schools learning. And I'm sure some Egyptians went over there to Greece and was learning in their shit too. You can't say that the Greeks didn't have no technology, didn't have no knowledge or nothing. Well, they seem like the rest of the world had no
illiterate. But before Alexander came into Egypt in 323 and started to conquer with Persia, there is no primary sources that shows that Greece was literate. None before that time. Mm-hmm. So yeah, they had a culture, they had a language, but
just like niggas in Africa, the Central Africa.
There's no primary source that says like, that they had colleges or schools or anything like that, because their greatest, according to their history, their greatest philosophers and teachers first went to Egypt, which tells you that Socrates and Plato and Aristotle, right? They went to Egypt to learn. So before that, they didn't have it. So even a great library of Alexander, I'll go with Walter Williams' argument is saying what great library they didn't even have at that point. He said they didn't have a written language.
You hear me now, right?
Yeah.
Okay. So that's like y'all saying like, oh man, shit. We going to chill over Killer B house because that nigga got all the shit up over there. Like that nigga got the goddamn screen printing shit. He got the goddamn 3D printers. He got all the goddamn books, and he got the copy machine and the computer and all this shit. And like we ain't going over motherfucking we not going over Nagy house because he ain't got shit over that motherfucker but a Nintendo. You know what I'm saying? Hey, got some shit over there. Shit, but Killer B got all the shit over his crib. So we go over there and fuck with Killer. We going to do what we gotta do over Killer B's house because Killer B got all the cool resources and shit for us to get some shit done.
Right.
You know what I mean? So,
but I agree with you though on that. I mean, that shouldn't be. I mean, that shouldn't be a knock to the rest of the world because somebody was first and you learn from other people.
Right.
You know, that shouldn't be a knock. And I don't fault the Greeks for for them learning, for them and them building on, because they built on the philosophy that Egypt had, in which we study today, which is the foundation for psychology and a lot of other theories and stuff today. And that's how the world progressed.
They did a lot of refining.
Right.
They refined a lot of stuff.
Right. There's just in the more technology you have, and the further you're able to go outside of your country, you get to philosophize more. You get to see more things. So I think in that instance, I think it's, no one should be like, oh, well, to the point where it's like, oh, we did it first and this and that. Of course. Okay. We did it. Okay. So the point is what? That's the point. So, okay. So you did it first. Now what? We did it. Yes. There was a group of people who wasn't, like you said, wasn't the Greeks, was the Romans, who took it and said, we did this, right? And where the Egyptians or the Sumerians were saying, hey, that's my shit. Yeah. Y'all owe us. That it wasn't, they didn't think in that way. They didn't think in that terms. Yeah. There was a certain group of people who then took the knowledge and then classified it as, the white man, because it wasn't the European, it was the white man did this. There was no Negro who had done anything. It was a certain group of people who pushed that out there. And then later you had another group of people who were black who said, nah, that's not correct. Right. And then that's where you get the fight.
So the best thing to do is get rid of both of them motherfuckers.
Well,
burn them both up.
Well, I think that a correction of history is good, but I don't think that someone should
hold it up to a point of shame to somebody else. I don't think that should
right.
Be
there you go.
Because I mean, so what happens if let's say that what happens if some fucking Irish person discovers a way to do something that saves heart attacks? Should we then say, should they say, we did it first, fuck y'all shouldn't, unless, no. That's how technology and science work. Knowledge belongs to everybody. And a person who did it should get credit, but they shouldn't also, hold a person down for it. But, I think a lot of these arguments should be separate arguments, should be clear stated arguments. But my thing is that we get back to is that if somebody want to be a Hebrew, let them be a fucking Hebrew. I don't really care. I told them, and I'll say today, and I'll still say, if I was gonna ask somebody about the Bible, the Old Testament, right? The person that I would probably go to is Tazariak.
Oh, yeah, damn.
That's the person I'm gonna go to.
Yeah,
if I'm gonna ask him about that. If I wanna know something about Meruneta, and I wanted somebody who's really, gonna give me clear answers and vet they shit.
You'd be better off coming to me than the goddamn Tazariak.
I'm gonna go to Smash. I'm gonna go to Smash. I'm gonna go to Smash Rockwell. That's what I'm going to. If I wanted to hear something, if I want to learn about Egyptian spirituality, of course, I'm gonna go to Jabari.
Ah, shit.
Right. That's what I'm gonna go to. But I have my master teachers and stuff. But in Jabari is somebody who I hold highly as far as in his knowledge. That's what I'm gonna go to. But the thing is, though, is that I'm willing to go to different people to get different perspectives, to not pit one against the other, but only to gain my knowledge. That's it. I don't care about all this other shit.
Yeah.
I don't care about it.
Yeah, this talking like with me, like with the comedic shit, I wanted to hit you up before I did the show. And I was gonna ask you about what I was gonna ask you about. A lot of the timeline stuff I be wanting to hit you up.
Okay.
Like the different dynasties and all that stuff.
Yeah. So I mean that's what it is. Like, I mean, there's much more interest talk. Like they was talking about the whole should we be African and all these other things, and we shouldn't we got problems here, and it was done on Sanetta's board yesterday, and I mean earlier it was done. And so I mean I like that conversation a lot as well. But
I like how in a lot of Black Americans, Afrocentric don't realize how much of Black American, like they'll say, "Oh, you need to be practicing voodoo, right?
Mhm.
We need to be practicing Palo, right?" But they don't realize, or Santeria or whatever, they don't realize that those religions are collaboration of custom of cultures.
Mhm.
Like even hoodoo. Nagy did a video the other day and was showing how the Dutch influenced a lot of this hoodoo type beliefs with the Bible and the spell work and stuff. Santeria, voodoo have a lot of French spiritualism. Palo too. French of the Espiritismo, what they would call it, with Alan Kardec. Alan Kardec was like, there's a movie on it I want to watch with the motherfucker in Portuguese and shit. That shit got me mad as hell. But he was a person that wanted to figure out a scientific way of looking at the spirit world. And that had a major influence in these African cultures. These African American cultures, like voodoo, like I'm talking about with the like synchronizing of the saints and stuff like that. That wasn't, these people are still doing that today. Mm-hmm. You can go to 100 voodoo, like real voodoo channels, and you're not gonna see them with no African pictures of black motherfucker. No, they using the goddamn saints. Might not be statues, but they use pictures.
Yeah.
And their rituals. It's because of the symbolism. It's not about what they look like. Like you see somebody have an altar, the Baron Samedi, right? Or City, whatever how they want to pronounce it, right? The Baron. Right. In the Voodoo Pantheon, right? Now, they might have a statue of a little white man. Not no saint or nothing, but like a picture of a little white man with a little top hat on. Well, you got that goddamn cracker in. This is a black man, that's a black dude. No. It's the symbolism behind it. And people are so wrapped up in racial shit that they don't realize that.
Yeah, but most cultures, gods and deities have a representation of the people that's there in that region. You don't really see a lot of, like deities that's from out that don't look like them unless
a lot of religions didn't have to be created.
Yeah, unless you influence other people. Unless you got amalgamation of culture, then you'll see a lot of the.
Like you go to Benin and you ain't gonna see that shit.
Yeah, but
you go to Haiti, you gonna see that motherfucker. You go to Cuba, you
got a mixture of culture in Haiti, though.
Right?
Yeah.
Like I said, the whole Spiritismo thing, you got the native people totally omit the native influence for these religions. They totally forget that shit. Yeah. Palo is, I would say, it has a heavy influence of Irwakian or Taino native culture. Mm-hmm. Like the whole Ganga thing with the necromancy, that shit come from goddamn the natives. They was doing that. They was putting their elders' bones in gourds and sacks. You know what I'm saying? Even look at the tools and the items that they use to practice. Gunpowder, rum. These things are modern, like, inventions.
Yeah.
that weren't developed by no African motherfucker. Gunpowder wasn't made by no African motherfucker. You see a motherfucker doing Apollo reach over the motherfuckers, light that goddamn gunpowder and shit, or blow the goddamn house up. Shit. That shit ain't come from no Africans was making that shit.
Oh shit.
You serving these spirits with cigar smoke. With rum. He was making no goddamn. That was the white man making damn rum, using the cane and shit to create the rum. But we see that used in the practice. So they didn't even look at that shit the way how these Afrocentrics or these, I call them blackly blacks and shit, like look at shit. They look at the totally wrong thing. And you will never develop into anything that's worth anything by doing that. Like they're so worried about race. And you know, white people today and shit, like Negi, right? Negi joined SVDL. I don't know if you remember seeing it. You know how they do the interview when you Negi.
I think I might have seen it.
When he had joined the SVL, you know how they do the interview and stuff, right?
Yeah.
You should have seen how they did that. I mean, they was asking Negi, "Oh, what do you white people say when y'all at the dinner table?" Like trying to get Negi to say that white people just sit at the dinner table and just talk about black people. And they can be very honest and shit when he talking and shit. Like, you know what I'm saying? He like, what? And see, I told Negi, like, me and Negi, we was on the back and forth because he was still on in tour nights and shit like that. I told Negi shit. I said, yo, I would call all the motherfuckers some niggas that hung up the goddamn phone. Dead ass, yo. The way, because they was like trying to attack him and like, try to, like, know what I'm saying? Just like how a racist black person would treat a white person just like a racist white person would treat a black person. Yeah. Like, it was crazy. And it really made black people look really bad. Like how they did that.
But you know what, though? You said SVDL, right?
Yeah.
But you know, but that's just how they, you know.
Yeah, that's how they work.
It's just how they work. And to a point where, you know, if you read a white author, it's white man's knowledge. If you do this, it's the white man. It's this, you know what I'm saying? So it was just something that they did. And if you went on SVDL at that time, you were go get it. You know what I'm saying? You were asking for it. Because if you're white, you can't talk about black issues. And if you do talk about black issues, they go talk about how you personally, you represent the whole white race and how you afflicted, you perpetrating, and you infiltrating, and you know what I'm saying?
Well, what we see, the black, these people are black and they talking about white shit all day. The white man this, the white man that, the white man this, the white man that. You know what, Negi, is funny? I laugh every time Negi say it about JJ 7000. I heard JJ 7000 is in prison now. He finally went to prison.
Did he? From what I heard, I just heard that he was gone on some personal business, but I don't know what happened though.
Was gone on some personal business already. Negi said if he would have known JJ was the man he is, he would still be in tour nights today. Negi said he left tour nights because You Nasty was saying some foul stuff about JJ 7000. And you know, this is after JJ done said, "Oh, it was a great thing for those Israelites to go in that convenience store and kill them people and stuff and all that shit," right? Negi said, if I would have known JJ 7000 did that or said that shit, he said, I would be in tour nights today. That shit was funny, yo. They crazy. But and a lot of things, like, I question a lot of white people like that come in this whole sector or whatever, Like vocab Malone. I look at vocab Malone like different now too. Way different than I thought. Before, I was like, this motherfucker doing what you niggas supposed to be doing. Right? That's how I looked at him. Now, I'm looking at this nigga, why do you have such an investment in Hebrew Israelite shit? Like, what's the reason you do? What you getting out of this? And know what I came to a conclusion of?
What's that?
He defended his own goddamn cult. He's a Calvinist. And if you look up Calvinist beliefs, you can put that shit side by side with Hebrew Israelites. Side by side. Like literally side by side. And there's not too many Hebrew Israelites that know the true teachings of Hebrew Israelites. Like this shit they doing now, this is watered down shit. Like you said, I go to Tazariak and shit. Tazariak don't know nothing about this goddamn shit.
Man,
like,
man, Tazariak, man, he know the Bible. Man,
he a dude. Tazariak ain't been in this shit 10 years.
Yeah, he has.
No, he ain't.
Kimmon on Trial has been over 10 years.
That shit ain't been on for 10 years.
Kimmon on Trial has been over 10 years.
It's been about 10 years.
About 10 years, yeah.
Wait. Nah. Yeah, it's been just 10 years, I'll say this year.
Yeah, he was in, because
this year.
Yeah, he was just a foot for what's his name? General Yohana?
Yeah.
Yeah.
They used him. Now a real Hebrew Israelite would have no association with anybody like Sarnetta. A real Hebrew Israelite would never in a million years be on that motherfucking shit. And to prove that is what the Hebrew Israelites were saying when Tazariak first showed up over there. People like GMS. You want to know the real Hebrew Israelite teachings? You go to GMS.
Well, yeah, I don't know. I don't know about GMS. I know Tazariak. I've heard him. I spoke with him once or a couple of times.
Yeah.
So.
Now, I wouldn't say the GMS followers, but as far as the heart, he's the only surviving person that's actually still teaching the old school Hebrew Israelite teachings. Everybody else is teaching some watered down or just straight up lying and making their own shit up as they go. Like the ISUPK, that shit ain't he tried to make that the ISUPK back in the day. General Yohana wasn't nowhere around. General Yohana went into hiding just like all the other ones because it was over. After that 2000 prophecy, it was over. The only ones that was still out there was Tahar, Zabak, and the niggas from what is it, HOI or some shit like that, the House of Israel. Those are the only niggas in like the Sons of Thunder and shit. But lawyer, what I'm talking about earlier, but lawyer. Those are the only motherfuckers that was still teaching that shit. That kept teaching it. And now these other niggas want to come back and try to make up their new shit and try to put down like Tahar. Oh yeah, you want to rape the 12-year-olds and all that bullshit. Them niggas believe that shit too. They believe it too. They just not gonna tell you that. They use that to fool the community into paying attention to them instead of Tahar. Like, I don't even like Hebrew Israelites, but I keep that shit funky. If you want to know what they really teach, GMS, because they unapologetic with it. They're not gonna sugarcoat none of this shit. Like, yeah, when the kingdom comes, we gonna be ravishing these damn white women.
That's fucked up.
You know what I'm saying? That's what they're gonna be pushing. That's what they push, and they'll never stray from that. The only thing that I've seen them change is the Star David doctrine. Doctrine on the Star of David. That's it. That's the only thing that I know of. But other than that, GMS is the only one teaching. If like you can hear what all these other niggas are saying, I wouldn't believe none of that shit. They all know and have been taught those old teachings. But the leadership, they keep that on the wraps until you really in it. And most of these groups now is internet shit. So these people aren't physically in a group. They virtually in a group, not physically. When I was in that shit, I was physically in the group, physically. I got a friend that want to come out on one of my live streams and stuff that I used to teach. Like, he never grabbed onto it. Like, he would just be listening to that shit because weed was going around and shit. Like, you know what I'm saying? You know niggas like that shit. They just around for the drinks and the reefer. But he sit there and listen, though. Like, he still remembers some of that stuff. But I want him to come on because a lot of people think I was bullshitting. So he can help share some of the stories and stuff. Like, he'd be over here every day. It'd be a gang of us going through scriptures all day. It's going through scriptures. This is before that internet shit. Like, the internet was out, but, like, there were people that didn't know how to research on the internet and use all that stuff. Like, I would use the internet for, like, graphic design and, like, doing music and stuff. Like, all the other stuff was, like, secondary. Like, using Google and shit. People wasn't, like, fucking with Google and shit like that. You had the AOL fucking search engine and shit. But, yeah, it's crazy, though. But it's because Hebrew Israelite shit came a long way. And I wanted to give them a break for this year. But so far, I'm like, nah, fuck all that shit. I be trying to give them a little break. Like, I wanted to do a video to ask Hebrew Israelites, how has the Hebrew Israelites changed your life? And I wanted to get look at a positive thing. Like, okay, because I know I would probably be in a whole lot of other situations if it wasn't for the Hebrew Israelites. The Hebrew Israelites kept me safe from a lot of shit. Like, I was already safe from a lot of bullshit, but the Hebrew Israelites kind of solidified it a little bit more and kept me safe with my decision making. If I could say that, like, this is the way you think, like, because you wanted to follow the law. So with following the law, there's a lot of good things come with that. You know what I mean? And it wasn't something that was oppressing me. Just like the scripture said, the laws are not grievous. Like, so it wasn't nothing like, in a way, it kind of fucked me up. In a way, it didn't. Because I probably would have been married, divorced, and still paying child support and shit like that. Well, I ain't paying no goddamn child support. I'm just saying I would have been paying some child support probably and shit like that. And a lot of shit that a lot of black people my age is going through. I wasn't going through that shit. Like, at a young age, I've seen my friends make these certain decisions, and motherfuckers used to use my house as a goddamn home for battered husbands and shit. I'd be like, man, get your bitch ass the fuck out of here and shit. Go home, motherfucker, deal with that shit. You made that decision, nigga. Motherfucker used to be mad at me and shit. I was like, I ain't got no problems, motherfucker. Gotta find a righteous woman, motherfucker. Right? But yeah, like, a lot of these motherfuckers and shit, this shit is all fucked up. Because not using these things that I learned in the scriptures, even though some of the shit wasn't exactly correct and whatnot. Oh shit, I forgot to put my damn monetization shit on. Ain't this a bitch. But this is a good video though. You gotta go back and watch the beginning of it. I definitely want you to comment in there. And I'm gonna be getting on these motherfuckers again probably tomorrow. I'm gonna be getting on the Chancellor Williams book that Chris always recommended, motherfuckers.
Okay, well, that's good. You know what I'm saying? Like, I like to get in on some of these discussions, but you know, when it can be held civil, if it's going to be somebody that's disgruntled and shit like that,
I had your ass hot though when you came on though.
No, I heard you. I saw it. I was just like, what this motherfucker talking about? But,
I laughed. I was like, yo, I got this nigga bad tonight. That was a rare thing. You see, I'm like, damn, I'm like, hey, real kind of heated, right?
I was like, what?
You was talking kind of fast and shit. I was like, oh,
what?
shit.
No, man.
I got this nigga sleep tonight.
It seems as if there's this collaborative attack on Comedics, or I can't even say African spirituality because it's not African spirituality. The
Right.
rebuttals and attacks is on Kemetic spirituality, right? It's on each. It's not on nothing else. So there's no reason to inflate the argument. And it's been coming hard, like from, you know what I'm saying, from, you know, Reggie to Garfield. It's not even Hebrews. It's mainly people who was studying African spirituality or African religion, banging on each other. It's not even the Hebrews no more. Hebrews that moved on for the most part.
Yeah. Yup. A lot of the African people that follow the African spirituality thing, it's not even like they don't even be over here, like not over, like I'm not saying like on my channel, but like that whole Sonetter thing.
Yeah.
Like nobody from like the Voodoo or Apollo community fucking with that shit.
Yeah. Well, you know,
and like out of all the African stuff, why don't Sonetter have them niggas up on there?
You know, it's probably
you never heard no videos he doing on Voodoo, Apollo. That's like, you know what I'm saying?
It's probably because what you said is because a lot of these doctrine religions is for the believer, and some people don't really care to debate what they believe. They don't care to entertain you tell them they're wrong or they shouldn't be doing it or this ain't right or this was ours. They don't care. So why am I going to even fucking talk to you about it? You know what I'm saying? I believe what I believe. But the people who like
the African spirituality stuff from the Americas, we not even in it. African, like North, not Black African Americans from the United States. Most of us not even associated with any of these religions under the spore, like what you would call hoodoo and stuff like that. But that stuff really doesn't have a system. Whether it's say like it's more handed down from elder to elder, like it's handed down from like your elder to the younger and stuff who want to accept it. There's no actual congregation or anything like you would have in Santeria or Apollo or Voodoo or something like that. You have these societies. Know what I'm saying? But if you look at those things, if they Black, what we call here Black in America, it's very few. Most of it is ran and embraced by people that don't look like us. And if we want to get African, that's where it's at. It's right under our nose. But we skip over that and go to something that has absolutely no relation to us. Like no African American can say like, oh, I identify with the Kemetic thing because of this. Like nothing in our lives we can associate with that or have any kind of connection to. It's something more than like, okay, this is a great nation, this is a great area in Africa. Or just like you would have in America, right? People, New York City. Anybody like in Europe, China, Africa, want to go to America, right? Or have a relative that live in America, they can associate them living in New York City. And they might live in goddamn Wisconsin or some bullshit. Some boring ass state or something, right? But there are people or something that live in another country, they're gonna be like, they think of America, they're looking at New York City.
Well, you know what?
Yes.
I can associate with Kemetic spirituality because of the principles, and it works for me. Just like maybe the Torah can work for somebody based on the laws and dietary laws and stuff like that.
Yeah, I don't mean like that. I mean as like cultural.
No, I mean, listen. First of all, I don't give a fuck you're a Hebrew. Nobody, listen, man. Ain't nobody wearing no fucking pure wool. Nobody's
Nope.
shaving off the fucking head wearing a lock. Nobody's doing that. So as far as culture wise, first of all, I would say that we've lost those cultures. As far as there would be a recreation of the culture, which Jabari said when he was talking about the language, like the Egyptian language is that stuff is a recreation of it. Because
Right.
I don't think anybody can truly identify. You would be better off trying to identify with fucking the Igbos and Congolese or somebody from West Coast of Africa where they actually still have it.
Right.
Practicing.
But like when you go to say like with the hoodoo thing where people that have relatives that was raised in the South, like I've witnessed this and I'm starting to learn now that I got a lot of family members that were practitioners of that. A lot. Like more than I thought of. Like I'm like, shit, she fuck with that shit? I didn't know that. I didn't know aunt so-and-so and shit fuck with that shit. Oh, this grandma's son and she was fucking with this shit. Oh, uncle, what's the name? Was fucking with this. Like I had a cousin who was like, yeah, man, my pops, he was big with that, and she used to make big money. He said I used to go with him and shit. They go in the room, whatever shit. He coming out with big bag of money, doing some like ritual type shit or whatever. Like he didn't understand what they was doing, but like, you know what I'm saying? Like I've heard of my grandmother speak with her friend. I'm a little kid, probably like 6, 7 years old, talking about like certain stuff, and this person came with this and this and this stuff. Do this. Like I'm too young to understand it, but like that shit was real. But we'll skip over that and try to go all the way to motherfucking Egypt or all the way to West Africa when we got this right here. We have a spiritual system that we developed here.
Which system is that again?
That's hoodoo.
Hoodoo?
Yeah.
I've never heard of it.
Wow. You never heard of hoodoo?
You're not saying voodoo, you saying hoodoo.
No, hoodoo.
Right? I've never heard of it.
Hoodoo.
Yeah, I never heard of it.
Yeah, it's like you ever heard of don't sweep over nobody's foot?
Yeah. My grandma used
That's
to
hoodoo shit.
spit on the broom and shit.
Yeah, they call it root work. That's another name.
Oh, okay.
You know what I'm saying? That's something that we have here. And another thing too, a lot of Black Americans like to associate themselves with the Yoruba people, right?
Yeah.
I found out that the majority of African slaves that was brought here to North America, to the United States, were from the Congo.
Yeah.
And the Yoruba people were the late slaves. Those are the slaves that came late. The first slave driver slaves that was coming over here, they were all from Central Africa. And that the Yoruba people, those are the later slaves that came over. And the Congolese ones were the ones that was preferred. They have found in slave quarters all throughout the South, from the East Coast to the West Coast, throughout the South, slave quarters having where they was excavating the slave quarters, and they will always find in the corner of the room shells, buttons, these pots. South Carolina is famous for their pottery that slaves made. And they would have these pottery with faces on it. And it's something that they've been finding in Georgia, Alabama, Texas. I did a video on it. And that these things, just like you will see somebody put it in a Naganga. Like the different items and stuff someone will put in that spiritual cauldron to bring it to life, or for that spirit that dwells in that pot and stuff to use for whatever things you need or whatever and stuff. And they're showing this stuff and the similarities with that and the people of the Congo. But we ignore that. We ignore what's in front of us and want to go with something that's totally far away. That we can't even, DNA can't even trace us to that shit. Yeah, it's a lot of crazy stuff, man. It's a lot of crazy stuff. But I want to get the hell up off here. I done been on this motherfucker for like 5 hours.
Right, okay, but I'll catch you again. I'll catch you again, man. You gotta lay off my brothers, man. Just lay off my brothers. Lay off my brothers.
Hell no, I'm gonna be on the motherfuckers like white on rice. I'll be on their ass like white on rice. And you know you ain't getting no white off no rice. Like white on milk. You a bad motherfucker if you get the white out of milk, boy. You a bad motherfucker if you get the white out of milk. I'm gonna be on their ass like white on milk. All right, hey Rue.
All right, man.
Yup. Thanks everybody for tuning in. This is I enjoyed tonight's show. And shit, donate if you can. Shit. I got the damn cash app at the bottom of the screen, $ Coke Buster and shit. Buy a nigga a beer or something, bag of potato chips, some bullshit. Goddamn, I be working hard out this motherfucking shit. My back all hurt and shit. Motherfucking goddamn. But yeah, that one person still hanging up in here and shit, been watching and shit. Y'all appreciate that. Yeah, hit the like button, share, subscribe. I got another video I'm probably gonna do tomorrow. I'm getting more on these Afrocentrics behind. Like I said, I'm gonna be on them like white on milk, boy. So with that, oh yeah, and thanks to all the people in the chat. One Blood, Josh, had Necro Nikki up in here, my homegirl Necro Nikki. Y'all go check her out on OnlyFans and Twitter and all that stuff. Right? Won't be disappointed. We had Brother Hey Rue up on here. We had Harass did it for the culture. Tarek, Amabo. I think I don't know if I'm pronouncing that right, but I was shocked to see her over here. So that was awesome, her being over here. You go check out her channel too. She does with the whole tarot card thing and stuff. She on point too, yo. She on point too. Like she ain't no joke with it, right? She does it like I've never seen anybody do it before, so that was kind of cool. Nagy Spring, no, Nagy ain't coming in. Nagy gotta go to damn work now. Shamian was up in this joint. Somebody else was up in here. I can't think of. I can't see the chat because I refreshed the thing, the beginning of the chat. But with that, y'all, I'm up out of here. Like, share, subscribe. Yeah, I'm gonna have ads on this motherfucking shit, so I can make me a couple cents. That's all I'm getting. I'll be happy for the couple cents, right? Because y'all niggas ain't giving me shit. All right, so with that, y'all, I'm up out of here. Killer be the Witch Rider General. You got Witch, I'm burning ass up. Bye.